NCWS, Form 1, and every other, the SAs to the Minister of State, and our SAPZ mother, the wife, sorry, I'm supposed to have called you first because you were here before me, sir. The wife of the owner, you're all welcome here. We're happy to have you here, and we hope you'll enjoy your stay here and learn one or two things from what we're going to say today. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the She Farmers 1-year anniversary and launch of the National She Farmers Livestock Project. My name is Dr. Maimuna Abdullahi Habib, and I'm the chairperson of the She Farmers Initiative FCT. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey to empower women farmers in Nigeria. Over the past year, we have worked tirelessly to provide training, capacity building, and access to markets for women farmers in the Federal Capital Territory. Our efforts have yielded remarkable results, and we are proud to celebrate our achievements today. The theme of our event, Women Overcoming Challenges of Entrepreneurship and Food Security in Nigeria, reflects our commitment to addressing the unique challenges faced by women farmers in our country. We believe that women play a critical role in ensuring food security and promoting economic growth, and we are dedicated to supporting their efforts. Our event today brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including women farmers, agricultural experts, policy makers, and private sector representatives. We have assembled a panel of distinguished experts who will share their insights and experiences on the challenges and opportunities facing women farmers in Nigeria. I would like to express my gratitude to our sponsors, partners, and supporters who have made this event possible. Your contributions have been invaluable, and we appreciate your commitment to our cause. To our she farmers, I am proud of each and every one of you. Your hard work, dedication, and resilience inspire us all, and we are honored to support our country. Before I leave, I want to read out our 2024 end of year report. As we come to the end of 2024, we are proud to reflect on numerous achievements and milestones reached by She Farmers Initiatives FCT. Our organization has continued to empower rural women farmers in the FCT through various training programs, capacity building initiatives, and advocacy efforts. The report highlights the key events and activities that took place throughout the year. We are in collaboration and partnership with ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and with 6 area councils, 17 chiefdoms, and 885 communities of FCT. Empowerment and capacity building, SAPZ event. We attended the SAPZ event at Gwagwalada, organized by FCT Agriculture and AFDB project, where our women farmers were empowered with animals, making equipment, animal feeds, motorcycles for milk delivery, and refrigerators for milk preservation. By the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and other stakeholders, including UNDP, Chinese Embassy, and UN Women. This event provided a platform for us to advocate for the rights and empowerment of rural women farmers. Africa Women Conference. We attended the Africa Women Conference in Zambia, were represented by She Farmers members, which focused on digital advancement and its potential for African women. This conference provided an opportunity for us to network with other women organizations and learn from their experiences. World Food Day. We participated in World Food Day of celebration, which emphasized the importance of food security and the right to food for a better life and future. The International Rural Women's Day. We participated in the International Rural Women's Day celebrations, which aim to recognize the contributions and achievements of rural women farmers worldwide. Training and competitions. Every home a garden. Training. We participated in the First Ladies Every Home a Garden training and contested for the best gardening and farm at Jos, Plateau State, and Abuja. Stream Camp. We attended and participated in the Stream Camp organized by FCT Women Affairs and Professor Hawa from the USA, along with students from Europe. The national conferences and summits. National Conference on Export. We attended the 3rd National Conference on Export organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Abuja. Regional Conference on Population Dynamics. We attended the Regional Conference on Population Dynamics, Security, Climate Change, Out-of-School Children and Vulnerable Children, Almajiri and Numbering, organized by the Faculty of Agriculture, Department of Food Science, Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Annual Summit. We attended an annual summit organized by Women Community in Africa, Abuja. Appointment and recognition. We are proud to announce that one of our esteemed members, and who is going to receive an award from us today, is a great farmer and was appointed as head of service of AFCT Abuja. Please, a round of applause for her. In conclusion, 2024 has been a remarkable year for She Farmers Initiative, FCT. We have made significant strides in empowering rural farmers, advocating for their rights, and building partnership with various stakeholders. We look forward to continuing our work in the coming year and making an even greater impact on the lives of rural women farmers in FCT. Based on our experiences and achievements in 2024, we recommend the following. We will continue to provide training and capacity building programs for rural women. We strengthen partnership with stakeholders, including government agencies, NGOs, and private sector organizations. We advocate for policies and programs that support the empowerment of rural farmers and expand our reach and impact to more rural communities in FCT. We want to express our gratitude to all our partners, stakeholders, and supporters who have contributed to our successes in 2024. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and making a positive impact on the lives of rural women farmers in FCT. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give our chairperson a round of applause once more. It's a great feat, celebrating 1 year anniversary of She Farmers. We have a lot of women doing exploits in farming. Also, join me to welcome Haja Fatima Isa Ndako, the FCT Amira Form 1 chairman. Please, where are you? You're welcome, ma. You're welcome. You're welcome. Also, Dr. Oho Mulunda Vianney. Hope I pronounced that well. FAO ECTAD in Nigeria. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome. Also, join me to welcome Mrs. Rhoda D. Elisha, She Farmers, Adamawa State. All the way from Adamawa, Rhoda Elisha. You are welcome, ma'am. Good to have you in our midst. And we have my own person here. The first female chairman of Nigeria Union of Journalists in FCT. After having 41 different chairmen, we have the first female chairman of Nigeria Union of Journalists in the person of Grace Ike. Please stand up. Good to have you. Thank you for breaking the jinx. We are proud of you. And we also have the chairperson here of Nigeria Association of Women Journalists. We amplify all that concerns women. We ensure that the voice of women are heard, voice of the children, ensure that the vulnerable, they receive justice, they receive attention. Here we have Basi Ita Ipan, my own chairperson. You are welcome. I happen to be the vice chairperson of Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, FCT. You're all welcome. Also, we welcome Mrs. Belkisu Shuaibu from Kogi. Please, where are you? Mrs. Belkisu Shuaibu. You are welcome. Please, let's put our hands together for her while I await the list. Okay. Thank you.
Do we have the representative of the Mandate Secretary, Agricultural and Rural Development Secretariat? Okay. Ma'am, you're giving us an opening remarks too, on behalf of the Mandate Secretary.
Morning. Representative of the Minister of Women Affairs, my colleagues from the FCTA, our Royal Father, and Your Highness, the wife of owner of Abaji, and other Royal Fathers here, our guests for this momentous occasion, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here to represent the Mandate Secretary of the Agri and Rural Development Secretariat, Madam Long Kologidam, who would have been here, but for other exigencies, official exigencies. And I'm going to read his speech verbatim. It is an honor and privilege to stand here today at a gathering of trailblazers committed to redefining agriculture in Nigeria. Let me begin by commending this distinguished association, the She Farmers Association, for your dedication to empowering women in agriculture and advocating for their rightful place in the nation's agricultural landscape. There is no gainsaying the fact that women in FCT play an indispensable role in agriculture. In the rural communities, especially, women have become backbone of agriculture, working hard in the field to till the lands, nurture crops, raise livestock, and sustain families. It is most inspiring how agriculture has transcended traditional boundaries. And despite the physical demands, women continue to demonstrate acts of courage, strength, and resilience to establish an indispensable presence in the fields. Today, it is not only rural women who are leading the charge, but also working class professionals and even those in high position are embracing agriculture, proving that farming is a noble and viable enterprise for everybody. I would like to reaffirm the commitment of the FCT administration to supporting women farmers, recognizing their essential role in food security, in food security, sorry, the administration understands that to shift from subsistence farming to a technology-driven sector, women need tools and opportunities to enhance the access to affordable loans and subsidized inputs, including seeds, fertilizers, irrigation equipment, and all input support to ensure that they excel. To this end, the Agriculture and Rural Development Secretariat has prioritized gender-responsive policies through the Women in Agriculture desk under the Agricultural Development Project, ADP. We are building capacities, providing vocational training, and equipping women with skills to thrive in agri and productive value chain development, from production to marketing. In line with the administration's policy, 40%, at least 40% has been reserved for subsidized agricultural inputs distributed annually to women farmers. This is not mere rhetoric. It is a promise well kept by the Secretariat over the years. Permit me to use this opportunity, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to once again extend my congratulations to this laudable association, the She Farmers Association of Nigeria, and of course that of FCT for this milestone. Congratulations to She Farmers. Indeed, your advocacy has amplified the voices of women farmers, and your practical interventions has transformed lives. You have shown that collaboration between government and grassroots organizations yield remarkable results. As we look ahead, I want to assure you that the FCT administration, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, and the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Maria Mahmood, is committed to deepening its support for the agri sector. The administration remains committed to continue to strengthen policies that will prioritize women's access to resources, training, and further collaboration. In conclusion, I leave you with this popular Chinese adage: the soil does not discriminate. It rewards everyone who tends to it with diligence. We will therefore keep tending to our women farmers with the same care. The Secretary will continue to stand with you today and always as we cultivate a future where agriculture empowers, sustains, and unites all. Thank you very much. God bless all.
There was nothing I could conceive that you wouldn't do for me. Trouble seems so far away. You changed right away, baby.
Whilst we were having the message from the Secretary, Agricultural and Rural Development, one of our beautiful moms just walked in the person of Honorable Adedayo Benjamin Lani, the Mandate Secretary for FCT, our own gender. You're welcome, ma'am. President of the North Central Women Association, Dr. Miriam Goodman. You're welcome, ma'am. Welcome. We're going to go straight into our Goodwill messages whilst we are waiting for others to join us. And the first person to take the Goodwill message this morning is none other than our Royal Father of the Day, the owner of Obaji.
May the peace of God be with all of us. the Chairman, Traditional Council of Chiefs, Alhaji Dr. Adamu Baba Yunusa, Honor of Abaji, Pro-Chancellor, Federal University of Ukari, Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Abaji, who happens not to be here for other national issues. I standing before you am Alhaji Kamal Adamu Shuaibu, the Agekba of Abaji, Sarkin Gabos of Abaji, and Hakimi of Ayaura. Let me start by recognizing the protocol, the representative of the Minister of State, FCT, the representative of Minister of Women Affairs, the representative of Head of Service, FCT, our Mandate Secretary, Women Affairs, and the representative of the Mandate Secretary, Agriculture, and other partners, the Chairman of the Education, AIG Pai, retired but not tired, NCWS, other Women's Society, and other groups. It's a message given to me to deliver straight on, and I'll go ahead to deliver it. But I can't say it without recognizing Her Majesty, our mother, my mother, the mother of FCT, Hajia Hawa, the wife of the owner of Abaji. Anytime I'm invited through honor, anytime I see her, I now ask myself, if she's here, what is the essence of honor being invited again? Because at all situations, she has the capacity to do the needful. And I'm not surprised when she was being recognized before any other person, because that has been her kind of life. She doesn't do less than what you people said about her. So anywhere we are proud of her. She farmers and the chairperson heading it, she gave us a quiet preambles about what is happening and what they have done for the past 1 year, and which is a very great achievement. Please, can you applaud you people for doing that kind of a thing? Because it's not easy. If you think leadership is easy, try it and you understand that leadership is not a joke. But from the outside world, you'll be thinking it's something that is very common. But once you are given the mantle of leadership, you understand a lot of things that goes into leadership. When I was seated, the Secretary, Women Affairs of FCT, the first pioneer secretary, came in. We greeted. Anywhere I see her, I know her indigenization is there in Abaji. And at any given time she comes home, we feel like not to allow her come back to the city center because our closeness to her, and anytime the way she carries anything of FCT. All of you here that are doing your best to make sure FCT excel to be best of the cities in the world, not just in Africa. May the Almighty God bless all of you. She farmers are doing tremendously very well. But we, from the traditional aspect of it, there is what we call gara. When a lady is going into marriage, you get a list, you buy all sorts of things, even things that she doesn't need. They will call it gara. But from the output and what we have seen in this particular program, I think if there is anything we should put more effort in making sure as we are marrying out our daughters, we should key in them into farming activities. That will ease a lot of issues in the domestic aspect of it. If we modify it, made it a prerequisite for any lady that is going into marital life to key in into one of these programs, I bet you the crisis, the divorce here and there that we are facing, it will come tremendously very low because she will be engaged, little income will come in, and anytime you are growing or rearing animal, the better the animal is looking, the more happier you are. Anybody that will distract you, you feel that person does not know what he's doing as far as your investment is growing. All these things we do, we buy all sorts of bed, which is seasonal. It comes and goes, the cities, the electronics, all these ones. But if you are engaged in productivity, more especially in agriculture, and you married yourself towards it, I bet you the family will grow much. But if we key in where we'll be very productive, more especially in agriculture, especially in FCT, our land is a very fertile land, and anything you grow in FCT, I bet you through bees or anything there, it will grow naturally. So why not let's keep on doing what we call enlightenment. And once we get to that level, most of this food we are talking about bringing from the neighboring state, we can have them here in FCT, and we'll get the best out of it. More especially, you know, when you are looking for prudency and dedications, once you've met the female folk of humanity, I bet you get the best out of it. That we don't doubt it, because you people are very prudent. If you are dedicated, you are dedicated. On this note, we appreciate you people, and we keep telling people that FCT is your home. Please key in and give us the best, but always appreciate the indigenous people of FCT. Without them being compromising, giving the center here, let everybody have that symbol of Nigeria, none of us will be seated here. And what makes them who they are is the peaceful coexistence and the respect for the tradition and the coexistence of Nigeria in general. So please and please, give in your best. Most of you here, your children no longer go back to your states. Your children are FCT people. So why not giving the best of your best? And I believe most of you are giving the best out of your best. Please keep it up. We are proud of you people. The owner of Abaji keeps saying it. Let's all be the second best. Let's always be the best out of the best. And we are proud of you people. She farmers, please, I know you people are doing your best, but you can do better than what you people are doing. And for the partners, don't get deterred. Put in more effort. And really, I know anything you do in FCT, you have done it for Nigeria in general. So don't get deterred. Put in your best, and your best will excel you. Thank you very much. And may Almighty Allah bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, our representative of our father, owner of Abaji, Hakimi Ayara, Sarkin Gabas of Abaji. Thank you for that beautiful speech. Thank you. The next on our goodwill message this morning is our own grand patron, Alhaji Aminu Saleh, Pi, AIG retire. Thank you. One of the beautiful things about culture and heritage, you see it happening live. Thank you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Aminu Saleh, AIG retired, and Chairman Ibrahim Memorial Hospital, Gwagwalada. And as you have been told, I'm the grand patron of the Chief Farmers Association. I wish to welcome everyone here. So you're all welcome. Sheep farmers has come a long way. But before I go into that, I want to stand on existing protocols. We have mentioned all the dignitaries who are here, so we might not need to go through that again. So all the dignitaries and every other person here, you're welcome. I am supposed to present a goodwill message, but as a grand patron, I think I have more, and certainly I will dwell into some of the positions I have to make. But I will try as much as possible to be extremely very brief. The light is too much. The Sheep Farmers Initiative, as we're told, was conceived in 2021 to provide support to women on agriculture through skills and tools empowerment. The initiative is laudable when considered against the backdrop that women farmers are being disadvantaged in control and ownership of land and the productive assets. If you look at that alongside their male counterparts, particularly in FCT. Globally, statistics have shown that it's only about 15% of agricultural landholders globally that are being held by women farmers. The theme, women overcoming challenges of entrepreneurship and food security in Nigeria, is certainly apt. Therefore, the light is too much. Therefore, the choice of this project, Livestock project this year, further demonstrates the clear objective of the organization to provide women with necessary resources, training, and access to market to overcome challenges women face in entrepreneurship and food security. This is in line with the organization's vision to promoting women economic empowerment and sustainable agriculture in Nigeria and in FCT in particular. I'm very happy and privileged to once again stand before you to celebrate the milestone achieved by sheep farmers over the 365 days that just gone by. Why do we focus on women? Why do we focus on women? Our focus on women is deliberate, as they are more food insecure than men. Gender gaps in food security have grown from 1.7% in 2019 to more than 4% in 2021, with about 31.9% of women moderately or severely food insecure, compared to about 27.6% of the men. This is really more acute for older and indigenous women, women with disabilities, and those living in rural and remote areas. Therefore, I wish to quickly remind us of the challenges being the theme of this conference, of this meeting. Women farmers still face in Nigeria. I'm taking this note so that the sheep farmers will take cognizance of these challenges that we still have. One, we still have issues of inadequate access to credit facilities, it has been said here. And this limits the ability to invest in farming and improve productivity. Everywhere you go today in Nigeria, go to financial institutions, go to government, it's always very difficult to raise credit facilities for farming activities for women. B, inadequate training. Inadequate training, extension services which limit the knowledge and skills in modern farming practices. We still have women farmers who are willing to go engage in farming, but the skills are not there. The extension services are not granted to them. And this is what is obtainable in our today Nigeria. C, cultural and social barriers. All of us here know what I'm saying about. This includes discrimination practices and limited decision-making power. Women are discriminated. The decision powers in even our homes are limited. The male children take precedence over the women, who are their mothers, when it comes to decision-making, especially on appropriation of land. So also limited access to technology, including tractors. I'm happy somebody has mentioned it here. Irrigation systems and other equipment which limit the productivity and efficiency of women farmers. These are things that are still prevailing today. So how do we address these problems? We are going to address this problem from three factors. One, it must be through government. Two, it should be through NGOs such as she farmers. And three, it must also come from the individuals themselves. What do we expect government to do in addressing these challenges? Through policy initiatives on land reforms. Up to now, our laws as regards land is heavily disadvantaged towards women. Talk about inheritance. Talk about ownership. We're still having problems. So government reforms, policies must be reformed to address these issues. Then also somebody had mentioned agricultural subsidies. Provide subsidies and support services, especially targeting women farmers. These are things that must come from government. Training and extension services, which should be tailored, which must be tailored to the needs and schedules of women. It's very, very important. And D, access to credits. We must have to establish credit facilities and microfinance programs to cater specifically for women farmers. Because if you go to our financial institutions today and begin to ask for these facilities we're talking about, the terms and conditions that follow the provision of these facilities at times are too humongous or too difficult to achieve. Then we come to the role of NGOs such as she farmers. What do you expect from them? Capacity building. And on this ground, I wish to commend the she farmers on the capacity building initiatives they have advocated over the years. Remember I said the she farmers was established since 2021, but it became very active in FCT from last year. So we particularly commend the She Farmers Association FCT branch in the capacity building. This is an area we expect the NGOs to play. Secondly, the NGO, we must also come up with support networks. We must establish support networks and cooperatives that can connect women farmers, provide them with mentorship, and facilitate knowledge sharing. You don't do these things on your own. It has to be in collaboration with others. And again, microfinance programs. We have to offer microfinance programs and saving schemes that help women farmers access credit and manage their services. When we talk of management, sometimes I used to wonder, what manner of management are we talking about? Historically, women have been seriously the greatest managers, especially at the domestic fronts. We all come from homes where it is so difficult, or it might be so difficult for individual fathers to solely provide for the home. If they do epileptically, it is the woman in the home that manages the resource. So we're talking about informal management of a management that can deal with farming that should create wealth. Then what happens to individuals? Because we have said we must look at the challenges from three aspects: from government, from NGOs, and then we also look at the individuals. What are we expected to do as individuals? Of course, education and skill development. We as individuals must prioritize education and skill development to acquire the necessary skills to undertake farming activities. Networking. Women farmers should also network with other farmers, organizations, and stakeholders to access information, resources, and markets. This we must do at the individual level. The innovation farming. If you are very conversant with the social media, there's so many innovation farming that today is coming up. Farming yams in sacks, gardening in our little corners in our homes, replacing flowers with vegetables. These are innovative farming that we must do and carry out at the individual level. The leadership. We also spoke about leadership here. These are what we must do as individuals. Leadership development skill to enable women farmers participate in decision-making process and advocate for their rights. If we don't take control of leadership, advocacy for rights certainly might not go too far. So as individuals, we must have to do that to be able to achieve our goals. In conclusion, I must thank the resilience and the deep commitment of the She Farmers Organization in its effort in ensuring the increasing interest of women in agriculture, thereby improving women income generation, reducing poverty, and deepening their income economic growth. These initiatives are designed to further empower women, promote gender equality, and challenge social and cultural norms that limit women's participation in agriculture. Your untiring efforts, the She Farmers, is being noted and highly commendable. To the beneficiaries of the She Farmer scheme, I call upon you to appreciate the noble objectives of the organization by continuously demonstrating selfless pursuit of the excellence in carrying out the programs of She Farmers, currently designed to improve your economic well-being. It is our hope and prayer that in years to come, we should be able to reflect and say to ourselves, it is worth the effort. Thank you and welcome.
Trying to hold back the feeling for so long. And if you feel like I feel,
Thank you, sir. I didn't hear the round of applause for our grand patron. I heard some very, very powerful points that was mentioned. Because of the flow of the communication, I didn't want to start clapping, but thank you very much, sir. It's one thing to have a grand patron, and it's one thing to have a grand patron that understands your core vision. He understands the core vision of the She Farmers, and he has followed us diligently for 366 days. Congratulations, everyone. Just before I call the next Goodwill message, I need to recognize one of our big mommy and auntie who sends a representative today. ACP Zainab Bello is here representing AIG Aishatu Abubakar Baju. You're welcome. We have another Nancy S. Nathan, MNI, PAMSEC, Youth and Sports Development Secretariat. You're welcome, ma'am. I love it when I start hearing names of women in position. It makes me feel good. That's inclusion is working. And I hope you create another seat on the table of decision making for other women to climb to. I'd like to call briefly, because he's about to leave for another event, Dr. Mustafa Mohammed, representing the National Project Coordinator, L-Press. Are you in the house? Okay. We'll take a 2-minute goodwill message.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Good morning, everyone. I would also like to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Dr. Mustafa Mohammed. I'm here to represent the National Project Coordinator for your invitation to celebrate the She Farmers 1-year anniversary FCT chapter, which coincides with the launch of the National She Farmer Livestock Project, themed Women Overcoming Challenges of Entrepreneurship and Food Security, and to contribute to the discussion on opportunities and challenges in the livestock sector in Nigeria. The livestock sector in Nigeria is witnessing an unprecedented attention with the creation of the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, ably led by a distinguished Nigerian, a seasoned farmer, His Excellency Alhaji Idi Mukhtar Meha. Also the formation of a high-powered presidential livestock reform committee, ably led by also equally distinguished Nigerian in person of Professor, co-chaired, by Professor Atahiru Jega. And also the existing project, the Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project, which is a 6-year World Bank project aimed at improving productivity, commercialization, and addressing bottlenecks hindering growth of the livestock sector in Nigeria. The LPRES is built around 3 interrelated components. The first one is institutional and innovation system strengthening, positioned to improve policy formulation, capacity strengthening, animal health, husbandry, and support services in the livestock sector. The second component deals with value chain enhancement, and this component is geared towards boosting linkages in livestock markets, value chains, and provision of credit facility. Then the third component has to do with crisis prevention and conflict mitigation. A component that is to address remote and root causes of farmer-herder conflicts, especially as it relates to utilization of limited resources in the face of climate change and climate uncertainties. And women, in most cases, are some of the worst hit in this kind of crisis. The role played by women in the world cannot be overstated. This role is quite evident in the livestock sector, from the house rearing of small ruminants, generally known as Kio Mata in Nigeria, to the dairy enterprise of Fulani women, the involvement of women in backyard poultry production, and the current efforts we are witnessing of women leading enormous undertaking in the livestock sector, particularly the She Farmer Association, the tremendous improvement we have seen in the course of the 365 days, the innovation that has come with it from the She Farmers Association nationally and FCT. The livestock sector is replete with enormous opportunities that she farmers can leverage. For example, projects such as L-Press is in 20 states of the country. Unfortunately, Abuja FCT is yet to join, but I know it's on the way. And it's implementing activities geared towards livestock development, especially smallholder farmers, livestock production, and so on and so forth. So this is an opportunity where the sheep farmers across the country can liaise with the various state project coordinators of L-Press to see where they can collaborate for support. And under L-Press, the 35% affirmation is clearly recognized because in L-Press, we have both direct and indirect beneficiaries amounting to about 1,043,000. And out of this 1,043,000, 35% must be women. And I think that is a significant, statement that is coming from the World Bank assisted L-Press Productivity and Resilience Support Project. It is at this juncture that I want to warmly extend my best wishes to this important gathering of women change makers and assure you of my support wherever needed. Thank you very much for listening.
Before I call our mother to give us her goodwill message, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Asma Mukhtar, Esquire, PS. It was written WAS, so Women Affairs Secretariat. Okay, sorry. Asma Mukhtar, Esquire, Permanent Secretary, Women Affairs Secretariat, and Madam Olubumi Oluwa Kere, PAMSEC, Social Development Secretariat, FCT. You are all welcome. Okay. Is she? Okay, let me see. We have Hajia Rukaya Umar Farouk, Technical Assistant to the Honorable Minister of Agri. You're welcome. Where are you? You're welcome. Thank you. I'd like all the women in the house to stand and give our mother a standing ovation while I call her onto the stage to give her a goodwill message, because she can't come here without telling us and giving us her blessing. Her Royal Highness, Hajia Hawa, our own mother in the house, who appreciates you giving us a goodwill message this morning. You can
Sweet mother, I'm not forget you.
She will climb up.
Good morning. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, my sisters, my aunties, all the women in the house. I say good morning to you all. I feel embarrassed, and when all these phrases are being mentioned, I'm just like any other woman in the house. So I thank you all for the honor. I really appreciate. The representative of the Minister of State, the patron of the organization, She Farmers, please permit me to stand on the already existing protocol. I, for one, I grew up in a home in the palace with my late grandfather, Yohimeja Agwe of Kotokarfi, who left us 1969. I grew up with him that in the house he has an orchard. Apart from the real farm that is miles away from home, when we don't go to school, we are all sent there, the children, the grandchildren. I, for one, when I get there, I'm a lazy person. Although go and sit there because of the trekking all along, I'll sit under the tree. Yams are being roasted with the available maize that is there, so we eat and feed and come home. Then in the house, in the palace, somewhere he has the livestock. He has fruits. It's from him I first saw the ostrich. All these animals, there's an ostrich. We have the peacock, where the feathers are picked. Different types of birds, chickens and so on. So his goods, those that are his in-laws and other people, we give them the young ones to go and grow. This out there. So, but with new mechanisms, I could see now that the farm has been brought to the homes. And with the First Lady's initiative, and the Renewed Hope initiative, she also brought the garden right to our doorstep. Farms used to be at a distance then. And I felt that the farming is only meant for men because we women, the women, when they go, they carry the things home. They don't do much of the work. But with the new mechanized farming, now we see that women are really involved. Why? Because women have the bulk of the problem. We are the problem. We are the ones that feed. And if you see the women item 2, the anthem, the verse 2 and verse 3 say it all. That women can't be silent when around the world people are hot and hungry and the children cry. I think that's the initiative of why the chief farmers got up and took the bull by the horn. Who will sing out now for justice and development and hold the rights of all the people high? And the third verse says, women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. You see, women have been there. And the chairperson of this forum, in her speech, she also said, she said the same thing, that that's the reason why the women are up to make sure that we put an end to war. Sorry for the men in the house, for he, for she. We are not saying that we are not, but we are really working hard to march, to come march to march, if not ahead of you, to make sure that this problem is ours. And he wears the shoes, knows where he pinches. I know, the men are carrying responsibilities too. But when the children run home first, who do they go to? Mama, I'm hungry. So the men, we are sorry, we are taking the bull by the horn. For my Goodwill message, the representative of my husband has said it all. And as he said, I looked at the program. If he is invited here, why me again? But then, maybe because I'm a woman, they need me to say something. And this is my Goodwill message. Here's my Goodwill message at the launch of the National Farmers Livestock Project. My heartfelt congratulations to the National Farmers Livestock Project team on this momentous occasion. This initial testament to the power of this initiative is a testament to the power of empowering women in agriculture and the limitless potential of our nation's female farmers. May this project bring about transformative growth, improved livelihoods, and increased food security for our communities. From the chairman's speech, he also highlighted food security. Wishing the National She Farmers Livestock Project tremendous success and a profound impact on the lives of our nation's women farmers. But in these regional farmers, there's also some benefits. The benefits, and these benefits are: one, we have the economic benefits. That's increased income. Women farmers will have to access a new market technologies, and train our local farmers also, mostly the ones in the community, to achieve higher incomes and improve their livelihoods. There will also be job creation. The project will create employment opportunities for women in the livestock value chain, contributing poverty reduction. That is, we'll have more jobs to do. Then we talked of food security. We also have social benefits like empowerment and improved health conditions. So when you have these livestock, if everybody has livestock in his house, I don't think we'll be buying the chicken in the market for 12,000, because you just go there and catch. You see, then we will be free. There will be no case of kwashiorkor, because we have the protein. Just as the health people have said, we will have balanced diet. So I crave the indulgence. I have to thank the organizer, the She Farmers Forum. It's unfortunate that they didn't join me there. I'm a very weak farmer, because as I said, I always go and eat yam in the farm. But if you encourage me to join you, I will get a little farm to where I will be farming. But age is against me. But just as Madam has said, we can call people, we can cooperate with others to be a farmer. So let's learn from that. So once more, on behalf of the 17 chiefdoms of FCT, my fellow traditional rulers' wives, we say congratulations to you on this 1-year anniversary. And we hope that all the women here have learned a lot and also will become farmers as you. Thank you very much.
God go bless you. Yeah. I say God go bless you. Original mama. I say God go bless you. God go bless you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. We really appreciate your support. You have been a great pillar and support for us, the women in FCT. We appreciate you so very much. Also, we'll be recognizing some people in our midst. They just walked in while our royal mother is giving her speech. I call on Zaka Nehemiah, President, CONISA FCT, and the FCT youth stakeholders. Please, where are you? You're welcome. Oh, you're welcome, sir. Also, Honorable Maman Musa, moderator, Aso Villa News. You're welcome. Where are you? Maman Musa. Yes, you're welcome. Good to have you in our midst. Also, we would like to recognize the presence of the Weekender magazine publisher, Madam Joy Idam, the former chairperson, Nigeria Association of Women Journalists. FCT, where are you, please? You are welcome. Good to have you in our midst. Please join me to welcome National President, National Sheep and Goats Development Association of Nigeria. We need more people in that industry to produce more sheep and goats and bring down the price of meat. Please, we need to see you, Abdulatif Ahmed. You are welcome, sir. Good to have you in our midst. A round of applause for him, please. You are doing a very good job. Join me to welcome Madam Nancy Martha, the PS Youth FCT. You are welcome, ma. Where are you, please? Thank you. And it's a great pleasure to recognize the presence of Malam Usman Muhyiddin Liman, Raw Material Research and Development Council. Can we see you, sir? Oh, you are welcome. Thank you for your time. It's not easy making out time on Thursday morning to attend a program like this. We appreciate everyone for your time. At this juncture, we call on our Honorable Mandate Secretary, Honorable Dayo Benjamins Laniyi. Good to have you in our midst. Please a round of applause for her. And she will come up to give us our keynote speech. You're welcome, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great Nigerian sheep farmers. Greatest of the greatest Nigerian sheep farmers. Wherever you have come from, you have come to the right destination. The Federal Capital Territory is the destination of first investment for women in the agro enterprise of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Not only do we welcome you, we celebrate you. Please, once again, let's put our hands together and appreciate every one of the very distinguished, present, eminent representations that are here, right here today. It is truly a celebration of a new beginning and a new showing of the face of the sheep farmer in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Today, I want to properly acknowledge with us the force of change, Mr. Project, His Excellency, your host of this first anniversary program, Sheep Farmers in the Federal Capital Territory, the Honorable Minister, Barrister Nyesom Ezemwo Wike, and our Honorable Minister of State for the FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood. As Mr. Project, he has made a statement that every woman is a project. Infrastructure is not just about roads. Infrastructure is about the woman making human capital development a frontline delivery of the Federal Capital Territory. So I want to celebrate and thank very much His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, with the presence of the head of service, the first female head of service of the FCT. Indeed, the first, not just female, but the first head of service of the FCT administration, in the person of Mama Africa, the #1 sheep farmer of the FCT, award-winning Grace Adailo, here represented by Dr. Jumai Madu. Please, let's appreciate the force of the FCT here today. We appreciate you and we celebrate her. We know fully well that she would be here, but because of the exigencies of the present office, the budget meeting today, even the Honorable Minister of State is represented here today. Hajia Mejida, please let's appreciate the presence of Hajia Mejida. Please, thank you very much. Appreciating Hajia Mejida. I was with the Honorable Minister of State herself, and she had said, if not for her immediate assignment of the Federal Executive Council meeting, she would have been here. This is foremost. I'd like to appreciate, therefore, your own #1 voice of change and impact in the person of your own chair. She's not just your chairperson of the Sheep Farmer FCT, but she's a chair with reference to coordinating this vision and drive. Thank you very much, Dr. Memuna Abdullahi Habib, for putting together this program and bringing direction to the national vision of food security, particularly through the intervention of women as principal champions of this change. The Honorable Abiodun Muftau Yunusa, our Special Assistant to the President on Agriculture, our chairperson here today, and of course, my brother Mandate, even though he's not here present, but Kolo Gedam, as the Honorable Mandate Secretary for Agriculture and Rural Development, we would like to very properly celebrate as well as acknowledge all of the representation of the Agricultural Secretariat, Agriculture and Rural Development Secretariat here present. May I use this opportunity also to properly appreciate the presence of permanent secretaries who are here with us. Of course, my own permanent secretary, the barrister, Asmao, please help me appreciate her from Women Affairs Secretariat, Honorable Nancy from STG, and from Youth and Development, and Madam Bumiolokere from the SDS. You are all very welcome. We appreciate your presence here today. I'd like to appreciate the person of our royal father of the day. He has already, in his representation and the address being given, today been acknowledged, but especially his wife, our royal mother of the day and chairperson of the wives of FCT traditional rulers. Please let's again celebrate and appreciate Haja Hawa Ibrahim, who is our global CSW ambassador for the rural woman of the FCT in the Women Affairs Secretariat. Your Royal Highness, we appreciate you and all of the representation of the 17 chiefdoms here with us. I know fully well that the wives of our chairmen in the 6th Area Council, their first ladies, they're in Kaduna, and what they represent for the FCT is a force of women in the 6 area councils throughout the 62 wards and over 886 communities of the Federal Capital Territory. Please put your hands together for all of the representation. Every one of them right now has become a force of change, even when it comes to the interventions of food security. We appreciate them and all of their teams, women development officers who are here present and who are carrying the message of this impact. We have a lot of significant representation. I'm trying to see how, in collapsing the protocol, I do not omit in the place of the recognitions. Please, it came up earlier. I'd like to very properly, please, because here as his presentation, our father for sheep farmer in FCT, where there's a sheep farmer, there is a he father. Please let us appreciate AIG retired Baba Aminu Saleh from Pai. Baba, we appreciate you, we celebrate you, we honor you, and we thank you for your presence here. Thank you very much. I would like also to appreciate with us from the Nigerian police representing AIG Aishatu Abubakar Baju, ACP Zena Bello, and all of the team that are here. Thank you very much. And from our international partners, from ECOWAS Parliament, Madam Nancy Harrison Harvey, from the different representations of those international collaborations and partners, we would like to thank you for being here. Every one of you here today is a representation of the force of impact of this conversation. All of the representation are NCWS, Service in Unity. Every one of the representation of every one of you is to the service of the nation and service to the community. We celebrate you and we welcome you. Well, from Women in Agriculture Cooperative Federation, Kogi State, we welcome your national president, the state chairperson, Association of Women Farmers. Also, we also like to very properly acknowledge Mrs. Ijoma Uduak, representing the Honorable Federal Commissioner, NCFRMI, Tijani Aliu, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, and our National Project Coordinator, we've already done that, LPRES, once again representing Dr. Mustafa Mohammed, is Dr. Sanusi Abubakar. For the moment, allow me respectfully to say all other protocols observed, and I'd now like to respectfully, with my very deliberate attempt to go through all of that representation, get on with this keynote. Earlier on, in doing what was my preamble, I mentioned that when you invest in a woman, you invest in her community. Invest in her in FCT. This is the mandate of the Women Affairs Secretariat as a pioneer mandate, and one that is 1 year and 4 months old. It is a mandate to take the profile of the woman of the FCT and move her from being local to being a global expression of distinction when it comes to gross domestic power and productivity. In the words of His Excellency, our Minister of the FCT, he says, Abuja is a place of unique opportunities waiting to be harvested. And in FCT, women are a project of Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Therefore, when we say investment opportunities for women in the Federal Capital Territory, we are looking at empowering women through key initiatives in education, ICT, innovation, entrepreneurship, health, agriculture, fruit that is producing the harvest of economic fruit for our own economic change. In driving strategic investment, we are positioning women for strategic partnerships. Agriculture and food security was foremost with our Gender and Human Security Conference. And with this, we believe that Her Excellency, the First Lady's renewed Hope Initiative, which already has invested across abilities, the 500,000 Naira each grant to 20 of them, and what is about to be rolled out across the nation and for the FCT, definitely in partnership with the she farmers of FCT, is a full agro value chain for raising the power of the woman in agriculture to the power of national security. Women-led farming cooperatives, food processing and packaging, agricultural technology, whether it's the Akpu women of Greater Shedda, or it is the Karumajiji woman who is working with recycling the plastics to become a full economy, not just for herself, but for climate resilient change, and even when it comes to building the value of women in the place of transient economies to that which builds a structured impact. Today in agriculture, therefore, your topic and your reference, the message which we have here, women overcoming challenges of entrepreneurship and food security in Nigeria, is unlocking not just opportunity, but implementation of policy and action. Who is a she farmer? She is not just she, the woman. She is she, the change driver. When we invest in this woman, she farmer, as a project of national intervention, you are investing in families. We're investing in advocacy globally and all the way to the local economy. We're investing in our rural economic impact, because the rural woman is not a bush woman. The rural woman is a woman of critical economic intervention. We're talking about mentorship and matriarchship, which is why the power of food security in Nigeria, with a profile pilot here in the FCT, can never succeed without investment and empowerment of the she farmer. We're talking about resilience in the place of climate, not just change, but being a change driver for climate resilience in our internal economies. Here in the Federal Capital Territory, this is a critical frontier which is bringing not just the she farmer of FCT to a place of revised advocacy when it comes to climate action, but even with the adolescent girl child and the Orange Sweet Potato Project, we are raising economic communities and agricultural value chains that build the nutritional intervention for the girl child and therefore for economic gradients. We are looking at women, she farmers, who bring sustainability as a scale of economic impact. A woman who is faced with the challenge of economic security through food security is a woman who overcomes these challenges to become a means you are not only supporting the advancement of agriculture and the personal rural economy, you are advancing the project of national security through food and women-directed farming interventions. Together, there is no question, only answers, that we will not just advance and create a future where women empowered would lead, innovate, contribute meaningfully to this social change, but they themselves become the ambassadors of global impact through their own hand of working the land. When we say the she farmer, therefore, we are celebrating you as being champions of creating and innovating for this nation the impact of global change for the world. Accelerate Action is this year's theme for the CSW. It's not about New York, it's about new FCT, new Abuja. And wherever you are from, you are that force of new beginning. Therefore today, in coming to that place of a conclusive word, it's a call to collective action. Every one of us must understand an empowered woman is a woman who will empower economy, empower community, empower families, and empower the future hope of unborn generations in her own time, in her nation. Women, she farmers, and everyone connected, this is your time. Congratulations to the Nigerian she farmer. We welcome you, and we are committed to the entrepreneurship, to the innovation, and to the very intentional will of what you have committed to deliver and to do for the unborn generation, not just of your womb, but of your communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, man. Wow, what a great presentation. Hooray! Hooray! Thank you, thank you. Let's have a seat. Let's have a seat. We appreciate you, Honorable Dayo Benjamin Laniyi. It's a wonderful presentation. You just keep saying it, keep carrying us on, keep leading us along. Thank you so very much, ma'am. And from what you said she farmer is not just the she, but is that she that's a change driver. That's the word. We can make the change. We can move it. Once it is in your heart, God will put it in your hands. You have to be determined. I can do it. No limitation. And once we embrace farming, we are sure of food security. We appreciate you so very much, ma. We are getting there gradually. And it's a honor to recognize some of our people that worked in as well. The wife, the Honorable wife of Abaji Area Council, Her Royal Highness Haja Jamila Abubakar, you are welcome, ma. Oh, sorry, Chairman's wife. Chairman's wife, you are welcome, ma. Can we recognize you, ma? Please, let's put our hands together for her. You are welcome. Also, we are honored to have the presence of the ambassador for Belgium, Peter Lane K. Next. Hope I called that well. You're welcome, you're welcome. You're welcome. Good to have you in our midst. All right, at this point, we call on the ECOWAS representative, Dr. Nancy Hath, to give us her keynote speech. Dr. Nancy Hath, representative of ECOWAS. Please, we need you on the podium to give us your word, areas that our women need to know, areas of encouragement, how we can key into that which ECOWAS has in store for us. Please, let's put our hands together for her. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, distinguished. I stand on all existing protocol. I just want to extend our great appreciation to this wonderful group. It's an excellent initiative. We have our female parliamentarians named ECOFEPA that will really want to work with this great group because their focus is promoting women development, partnering with women to, I will not say close, but very close to the gap between the gender inequality, see how our female parliamentarian will work with this excellent group to promote development in this nation and especially promoting women farmers in this wonderful community. I thank you all.
We now call on to the representative from Food and Agricultural Organization. Food and Agricultural Organization, the representative should step forward to give us a message from them. Okay, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. The chairperson of the event, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my names are Dr. Otto Muhinda. I'm here representing the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, especially the representative of the FAO, Dr. Dominique Kwaku Kofi. I came from Rwanda, and I know the role of the women in a country development, because the leadership of that country have decided to put women in front. You cannot develop a family if the woman is not developed. And that's why I also learned from a study that was recently published by FAO on the role of women in agri-food systems. This study states that in sub-Saharan Africa and in the Middle East, women play a major role in household animal production enterprises. Since we are talking about a woman overcoming challenges of entrepreneurship and food security in Nigeria, it is the same situation in the whole sub-Saharan Africa and the nearest countries. Because the women play a major role in household animal production enterprises, where they tend to have the primary role and the responsibility for the husbandry of small animals and ruminants. But they take care also of large animal systems, heading, providing water and feeds, cleaning stalls and milking. In all type of production systems, women have a predominant role in processing, particularly milk products, and commonly responsible for their marketing. In many countries also, women are also responsible for fishing in shallow waters and in coastal lagoons, producing secondary crops, gathering food and firewood, processing, storing, and preparing family foods for and fetching water for the family. Those are very, very critical role. And the study also say that at the global level, 47% of the labor in agriculture are women. Unfortunately, they have only 30% of the revenues of the agriculture sector. In the whole sub-Saharan Africa, we are talking about 157 million people. And this will increase between now, 2025, and 2030. We also recognize that 60% of the food produced in Africa are produced by women. They are producers, they are processors, they are doing the trade and distribution of food, improving quality of food. This is all about food security of the continent. However, some challenges, as you talk about challenges in entrepreneurship, food security, are still there. Only 2% of the land is owned by women. Only 2%. Only 10% of bank credit are accessed by women. They don't have access to agricultural inputs. Only 15% of women doing agriculture are educated. They need those extension services. Some of them, they are not even accessing food. They are the backbone of food security, but they are not accessing food themselves. Only 18% are participating to decision making in their states. Some of them are not having adequate salaries. So since we are trying to overcome the challenges in the food system and the food security, we should probably work on some few items I want to mention. Ensure equality of women. Facilitate women access to agricultural services tailored to their own way of needs. Encourage the production systems of food crop through use of incentives. Promote the adoption of appropriate input and technologies to free up women time for income producing activities. To improve their own nutrition status and the women and the children nutrition status. To better provide employment and income generating opportunities to women. To promote women organization, as we are doing today. To review and reorient government policies and ensure that the problems that are concerning women's role in agri-food systems are addressed. Those are few points, few areas that we should really try to work on to easy and to better reorient the role of women in agriculture, food systems, and overcome their challenges on entrepreneurship and their contribution to food security. Before I end this, I want to thank Dr. Maimuna for having invited me to this gathering, and probably I will be one of the he farmers very soon. Thank you very much.
Well, let's give him a round of applause. He's a he farmer. He's spearheading that already. Thank you, sir. And well, at this juncture, we have to divert a little and call for group photograph of all that are seated at the front. Please, let's step forward for. Okay. Thank you, ma. All right. We'll call on the ambassador for Belgium, Mr. Peter Lan K. Next, to come up and give us his speech, the advice you have for us, and ways to support the sheep farmers, way to support our women. Please come on stage. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Peter Lan Next.
Thank you very much, Madam, and hello to everyone here. I'm very thrilled to be among such a convincing and powerful crowd of sheep farmers. Belgium is currently preparing for a big trade and investment mission coming in the second part of 2025, which is precisely focused on the agriculture and food sector. And it's also precisely focused on what we call first movers, Belgian companies who have not yet stepped into Nigeria. So we'll bring all these people in, men and women, and showing them around and looking for partners. And I'm confident that the sheep farmers will be a very suitable partner for these entrepreneurs coming in the autumn to Nigeria. Now, this being said, of course, it's not just about trade, investment, commercial exchange, and all of that. Today is also about the power of empowering women and about rights and human rights and social and economic rights, precisely those things that women sometimes have been discarded from. And I think the speaker before me from FAO was very eloquent with these figures. I couldn't bring any better figures than these. But it's, of course, there is a strong link between empowering women economically and also fighting violations against women's rights and fighting violence against women. And this is why during the days of activism against gender-based violence in December, we teamed up with women farmers from Abuja and started some pilot farming of what we call the orange-fleshed sweet potato on a plot that belongs to our embassy. Now, the pilot phase was successfully concluded. In a matter of a few weeks, we'll start planting for real. And so we're not only going to bring in women from our embassy who will be planting, men and women, we will also bring in women from the outside, women in need of empowerment, women farmers, and we are going to grow orange-fleshed sweet potato, beans, and other crops together. So I'm very proud to say that as an ambassador, and so this is the way ahead. There's so much land in Abuja and in Nigeria that can be put to good use, and we'll make it our collective effort. This being said, of course, Belgium supports UN organizations across the board. UNFPA, FAO are also our partner organizations on a global scale. We fund them, and we also work hard, and also in New York at CSW, in order to make sure that all these UN organizations cater for gender and are gender sensitive and all of that. So that is also part of the exercise. But we can also get our hands dirty and get into the very concrete work of farming in Abuja. And so we stand with you. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting me today.
Let's put our hands together for him. When my honorable was talking, Honorable Dayo Benjamin, she said, we are positioning women for food sponsorship. So it's not just subsistence farming. We are looking into exportation as well. We are looking into exporting. So please let us all sit up. Let us be deliberate, come out, collaborate together. There are a lot of opportunities in farming. Gone are those days that farming is associated with dirtiness, but now it's funky farming. Put your hands together, please. All right, at this point now, please, our dignitaries at the front row, please, you move out for group photograph. Please, let's have a group photograph. Please, let's step out for the group photograph, please. Yeah, some will step up, some will be on the floor. Hello, ma, please, you join the photograph, please. Now, what chairperson, FCT chairperson, please, you join in the group photograph. Representative of NAIC DG, please join the group photograph. Dr. Asmau, please join the group photograph. NCWS, please join the photograph. Ambassador Zainab, please join the group photograph. Please, the head of groups, head of organizations, please join the group photograph. Heads. Yes, come up, please. Come up. This place is better. Head of organizations. And I wind up feeling down. I need a man who'll take a chance on a love that burns hot enough to last. So when the night falls, my lonely heart falls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are not through yet. Please, let's go back to our seats. Please, let's go back to our seats. All right, our cultural dancers. Our cultural dancers, can we have you here? Our cultural dancers, please. Our cultural dancers. Are we ready? Please, the time for photography is up. Time for photography is up. We'll take more pictures later. Please, you have the floor now. The cultural dancers, you have the floor. Please, we need to sit down. We need to sit down, please.
You know that rice, this thing. I don't even know the person. The person is one I will talk after this. So I want to know the person. I don't compare. If I know the person, what do we have to do? I don't tire for this rice. No, I don't know the person. I don't tire here.
Wow, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them. That's a wonderful presentation. Thanks for the entertainment. And we call on the representative of NAIC, Nigeria Agricultural Insurance Corporation. Representing the DG, we have Hajia Aishetu Muazu. Please come on stage and tell us what NAIC has in store for us, how we can access what is in the reserve, how we can contribute to it. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Hajia Aishetu Muazu.
we children cry. We'll sing out now for justice and development and hold the rights of all the people high.
Good afternoon, my fellow women, or rather, let me say my fellow she farmers. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Haja Aisha Mazu. I'm from NAEC, that's Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation. This is an interesting event, and I'm glad that my organization is part of this. I come from the insurance background. My company covers insurance. So women play a very important role in agri and in our society as well. This is an important time for our nation to come together to uplift the sheep farmers. We at NAEC are glad to be part of this event, to encourage the women in agri in this our great nation, and to render our support to this organization. The sheep farmers, to this organization, the sheep farmers, insurance play a key and important role in any kind of agri. NAEC works hand in hand with the federal government to bring any farmer back on their feet after encounter any loss. So I'm pleading with all the sheep farmers. Whenever you think of insurance, think of, whenever you think of insurance, think of, I can't hear you. Whenever you think of insurance, think of NAEC, Nigerian Agricultural Insurance. We are here to give you our full support, to encourage you, and to make sure whatever you do goes on smoothly without encountering any loss. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Thank you. A round of applause for her again. And NAEC gave us some pamphlets for organizations. We ensure that one goes to one organization because it's not much. So please, representative of any organization you indicate, we will give to you, or we get it across to the heads of the organization to see how we can key into what NAEC has for us. Also, it's a privilege to call upon the representative of Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria. The representative is here. Please, you come up, address us on that which we need to know. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sheep farmers, for this opportunity. The representative of the Minister of FCT, the Minister of State, our distinguished Royal Highness, the person of our father that left, our mother that is still here, all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Ambassador of Netherlands, the representative of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, and all other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mrs. Modupe Ogunoiki. I'm here to represent the Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria, in person of Dr. Musa Inua, on this occasion of the first anniversary of sheep farmers and the launching of the National Sheep Farmers Association. I have two caps here today. First, I'm going to read the speech from the Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria, and I've also been mandated to speak to us on aquatic animal farming. That's fish farming, to just give you some things. We have aquatic animal health desk in the Federal Department of Veterinary and Pest Control Services. So I'm just going to give us some points that we need to install on our farms if we have not been doing it. When the opportunities for exporting will come, you won't have to start running here and there. So I'm going to read first the speech of the Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria.
the chairperson, Chief Farmers Association of Nigeria, and all other officers in charge. I want to commend your association for the thoughtfulness to gather all the female livestock farmers in Nigeria. The vacuum has been there for so long. We thank the Almighty God for bringing up such a laudable association. The Federal Department of Veterinary and Pest Control Services has the following statutory divisions: Animal Health and Clinical Services Division, Veterinary Public Health Division, Epidemiology Division, Quality Assurance and Standards, and also Pest Control Services. All these divisions are branches which have been empowered to prevent and control several terrestrial and aquatic animal diseases, that is livestock diseases stroke health management. We have programs for the control and eradication of PPR, that's Pestidopetite ruminantu. That is for those who are goat farmers. That is the disease that makes your goat to have a crust, to have excessive diarrhea, to have maybe lesions. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use lesions. To have ulcers, erosions in the mouth. Then we have program for control and eradication of foot and mouth disease, program for the control and eradication of trypanosomiasis and tick-borne diseases, program for the control and eradication of African swine fever, program for the control and eradication of avian influenza, program for the control and eradication of contagious bovine pleural pneumonia, which we call CBPP, program for the control and eradication of rabies, program for the control of emerging and re-emerging diseases, and program for the control of desert locusts, program for aquatic animal health services. These diseases mentioned above are most likely the diseases a livestock farmer will encounter in their farming practice. I therefore encourage you to liaise with our department and the state veterinary services across the nation for efficient and effective veterinary services across the nation. We must not forget that there's also a direct relationship between production methods and disease outbreak. So we must pay attention to our activities during production. For those in aquatic animals, that is fish, shrimps, water snails farming, we also do have the aquatic animal health desk in our department, which will guide you on the health management of your stock. Please note that the World Organization for Animal Health set up standards and guidelines for diagnosis, prevention, and control of diseases of animals, whether terrestrial. Terrestrial is all the animals that are walking on the land, or aquatic, that's all the animals that are inside the water. And Nigeria is one of the 184 member states nation. Therefore, feel free to consult the departments on issues related to animal health services in our country. We wish you a successful celebration and deliberations as we launch the National Sheep Farmers Livestock Project. Thank you all. So that's the speech of my boss, the Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to tell you about the other aspects that have been asked to intimate us with. I'm going to be brief, so if you have questions, you can ask me. There's this adage, and it is the truth. You train a girl, you train a nation, you build a nation. You want your nation built, you must train a woman. You want sufficient food in Nigeria, you must empower women to be successful farmers. Is it not true? Answer now. Great farmers. Great farmers. No, you said great nation. Great farmers. Great sheep farmers. Hey, you are great. your production so that diseases you can break the cycle of diseases. Most of us don't know how to break the cycle of diseases. We sell our fish, and then the next week we start using that same pond to raise fish. It's not right. You must leave room. You know, all these things will enable you to do what we are talking about now. Antimicrobial resistance. We want to control it. Use of antibiotics is too much on our farms. And this has hindered our fish from moving even from Lagos to Lome. So we need to check it. And then for the future generation, we are afraid that our children, you know, we don't want to have children mortality. We want our children to have antibiotics that are still good and effective for them. So we need to do the right thing on our farm so that we don't feed our people with too much antibiotics. And then there are other things, you know, you must always do. These fish sellers, when they bring their boat to your farm, don't let them take the boat into the farm. Make sure that you are dealing with them at the farm gate. Then other things are water quality management and routine checks, feed analysis. You must do your proper record keeping. There are about 5 types of record keeping: production record, record for traceability, record for movement of aquatic animal, record for change of water, chemical record, health record, mortality and morbidity, then disease diagnostic tools. You must also know common diseases in your environment, and then you must know the diseases that are of importance, and then emergency preparedness, very important. You must always know what can threaten your business in the area where you are, and then you prepare against it, and you have something that will help you not to lose your fish. Time will not let me tell you a story that happened in Lagos. So thank you very much. And of course, identification of fish pond. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, my phone number is I'm the desk officer for Aquatic Animal Health Services in the Federal Department of Veterinary and Pest Control Services. My name is Dr. Modupe Ogunoike, and my phone number is 080-335-99-666. I'll go over it again. Dr. Mrs. Modupe Ogunoike, Aquatic Health Desk, and that's my phone number is 080-335-99-666. Thank you very much. Sheep farmers, God bless you. Great farmers, great sheep farmers. Thank you so much.
Let's give her a round of applause. She's a very brilliant lecturer, very smart and intelligent. I'm sure that a lot of us will love to contact her. That's why she has shared her contact. We appreciate you for that, Ma. God bless you so very much. Now it is time for our panel discussion and awards. Is Haja Fatima Kachala in the house? Okay. We call on Ambassador Zainab to anchor this session. Ambassador Zainab, my chief MC, you're welcome, ma. Please, let's give her a round of applause. So here we'll be having a question and answer, more enlightenment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope it's a very beautiful day and we are spending it very well. So, I'm just standing in the gap for Hajia Fatima Kachala. I'll try and do my possibly best. But before we start, can I just have the panelists, Mr. Benjamin Ahuli from Maestradria, Alhaji Farouk Mohammed Dalhatu, Mrs. Ruby, CHC African Technology. Yes, sit anywhere, sorry. Alhaji Bala, Sheep and Goats. David Okumbanjo. Do we have more mics, please? Because this one won't be enough. Maybe we should come closer so that we can share one mic. Please, while we're waiting for the extra mic to be figured out, charged, and passed on to us, because I'm standing at the last minute, thanks to Dr. Memuna, who kept pointing the co-MC to call me out. So I'm here. I'm not privy to everyone on the high table with me. So before we go into the section, I would like you to just do a 1-minute introduction of yourself so we get to know you. And so it makes it easier for me as well when I'm throwing questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. My name is Benjamin Aduli. I'm the President and Chief Vision Officer of Mice Trade Cooperative Federation of Federations Limited. We are a national cooperative coalition. We are a network of cooperators who are farmers. At the moment, we are in 29 states of the Federation. And I'm happy to inform you that majority of our members are women. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Ruby.
Great farmers, congratulations to She Farmers, Nigeria. My name is Ruby Ross from the Philippines, founder and CEO of CHC Agritech Africa. We always believe that sustainability is not just a not just a trend, but it is everybody's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Farouk Muhammad Al-Haju. I'm the Managing Director of Al-Zara Tech and also Executive Director of Farm to You, Nigeria Limited. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Alhaji Bala Mohammed Yunus. I'm sitting in for my national president in the name of Abdul Latif Abdullahi, the National Sheep and Goat Development Association of Nigeria. I am the Kaduna State Chairman chapter of the association. And as you can see, we are the bedrock for women development in sheep and goat farming in Nigeria. We are spread around 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. Anywhere you touch in Nigeria, you will find sheep and goat. And we are ready to partner with the she farmers to develop sheep and goat in Nigeria for a better meat, milk, and leather for all.
Good day, everyone. My name is David Ogubanjo. I am CEO of Omobile World. Omobile World is a technology partner to Mice Trade Cooperative of Cooperatives. We basically power all these technologies that run under the Mice Trade umbrella. And I think we can also share, just like Mr. Benjamin said, when we say that we provide technology to more women than we actually do to men in the agri industry. So it's nice to be here. and celebrating your 1-year anniversary with you.
Thank you.
My ambassador.
No, I think we should leave that.
Okay.
Thank you so much, my beautiful panelists. Mrs. Ruby, you are originally from Philippines. You are in Nigeria now, you know that. Because most of the programs I go to, I see you, and you are so comfortably wearing our clothes. So your parents are from the Philippines, but you are a Nigerian. Are you in sync with me? She loves our culture. I always see her wearing our African clothes. So thank you for promoting our culture. And that's cultural diplomacy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so our topic for today is women overcoming challenges of entrepreneurship and food security. These are two different things with two different thematic areas. The challenges of women in entrepreneurship and how do we overcome that? And then challenges of women too in food security and how do women overcome that? Without even going into big conversation this afternoon, what we are doing here and what she farmers have been doing for the last 1 year is proffering solutions to today's topic. These are challenges, and we already set up a project to run, to create awareness, to teach, and to learn, and to solve food security in our society today. While we've seen the product of the women out there, but there are still challenges. Mr. Benjamin to my right, thank you. You said you have your outlook in 29 states out of the 36 plus FCT, and most of your farmers are women. Thank you. So you're going to talk about how do you overcome food security? Because your women are farmers, and today is all about my gender. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start by telling you a little story, and this is not a fabricated story. What I'm about to tell you actually happened. Why did I get involved in supporting women to farm? From a very tender age in my home, I'm from Delta State. And I grew up in Delta State with my father and mother. But my father is a civil servant. My mother is a trader and a farmer. But I noticed from a very tender age that it is easier to get money from my mother than my father. Because if you want money from my father, you have to budget. And you have to wait for month end. And pray that your budget will enter in that month. But if you need emergency money, you know where to go. Not for that side, because you will not get. But where? My mother's place. And if you come to ask for 100 naira, she may not give you 100 naira, but you will get 50. I was stubborn when I was small. My apologies, but I was a stubborn boy. I remember going to my dad to suggest, Daddy, are you sure it's not better to join mommy in her business and leave this tie you are wearing every day? Because mommy gets money more than you. This is many years ago. So from a very tender age, I have always been interested in supporting women because I know that they are the true bedrock of the nation. And where I come from, again, apologies to Delta people, our women work harder than the men. Our women ride bicycles, ride motorcycle, they go to farm. The men wake up to go. I'm not joking, I'm saying the fact. The men play draft. The men, the funniest part is the women come back from the farm and still cook for the men. That is why in some part of Delta State, the Robo side, it is an investment to marry. That's why they marry more than one wife. Because the more wife you marry, the more good food you get. With that, I said, great women, great nation. Now let's talk about the topic today, entrepreneurship and women, and food security and women. I've been asked to talk about food security. So another person talk about entrepreneurship. You see, what is the solution to food security? My answer is simple. Invest in women. It's as simple as that. Because let me give you the breakdown of the numbers in Nigeria today. Nigeria is 95% subsistence farming. And who are these subsistence farmers? They are 80% women. So, it is therefore important that these four things are identified. One, access to capital. The man from FAO gave us some statistics. I don't know if you took note of it. He says only 2% of loans from banks get to women. Only 2%. He also said too that only 2% of the land is owned by women. In some culture, it's even a taboo for a woman to own land. So, what do we advocate in my organization? We advocate four things. One is access to capital. Cheap, patient capital is important. Cheap, patient capital. Two is access to technologies. Then access to training and capacity building. And three, the last part is access to market. It's very important. Access to technology, access to capital, access to training, and access to market. And we provide those four solutions in our organization for our members. For example, after this meeting today, I will discuss with Dr. Memuna. We are willing to support 1,000 women to become exporters free of charge. I'll repeat it again. We are willing to support 1,000 women to become exporters. We will take you, handhold you, and show you how to what? Export. We will help you identify the products you can export, show you how you can get it or farm it yourself, show you where you can export it to, how you can get paid, and ensure you earn dollar out of it. That is access to market. It's therefore important, therefore, that we understand the value of working within a value chain. Because you can't do everything yourself alone. Cooperation is important. That's why I want to remind you of something you may not be aware of. 2025 is the International Year of Cooperative by United Nations. 2025. So I really want to work with the She Farmers Cooperative to develop a national federation of She Farmers Cooperative nationwide. That way you can have a national network of she farmers working within the cooperative system to help women to become successful farm businesses. That is my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. You know all of us will be running to your table when you step down there, right? And Dr. Memuna, make sure you have a handcuff. Our big sister is here. You handcuff him to the women. Okay, so thank you. Of course, we keep talking about I think one of the things I'm picking from your conversation is we need to amplify the women's right to land.
Correct.
The advocacy, I've been involved with it for the last 4 years with the traditional rulers across the country. Women need access to land. A beautiful case study, I'm not going to mention the place because it's still ongoing. A woman who has been married for 47 years, have grandchildren, and the husband passed on. And she's farming, and now the in-laws want her out. Where is she going after 47 years with grandchildren? You are telling me she's not entitled to that land. So one of the things we have been advocating the last 4-5 years is women's rights to land. Even if you don't want to give it to them for free, after 47 years, if that woman dies, she'll be buried in her husband's family. So whether you like it or not, but we must amplify it more and more, because without land, we can't have the food security, we can't farm. So thank you so much for that contribution. Okay, so I'll go to the beautiful Nigerian Mrs. Ruby. Probably was today, Thursday, right? Was Thursday in Hausa, a lady born on Thursday. So I'm giving you a Nigerian name today, Madam Lami. Madam Lami, CHC African Technology. So I really want you to enlighten us. Let's take something home from here. We've talked about food security. We all know the challenges we're having. Women can't have access to land. And if we have access to land, the senior boys on the other side will not allow us to farm. And then if we are allowed to farm in our neighborhood, which I'm promoting environmental cluster farming, everywhere we have an estate, let's have a small yard so we can farm if they don't allow us to go to the farmland. So how would you use your technology to assist our women to have a better outcome when it comes to food security and farming? Thank you.
Aja, Nagode. Thank you for the name Lami. In my dialect in the Philippines, it means delicious. And coincidentally, this is a Filipiniana, also our costume for the Filipina women. Yes, so coincidentally, we are the same. So maybe I am meant to come to Nigeria. As for the question, before talking to technology, it's undeniable truth that women are the backbone for food production in Nigeria, producing 2/3 of the country's food. Imagine that. Imagine a day when there are no women. Where is the 2/3 of the food production coming from? That's why Afan farmers even say, no women, no food on the table. And so going to technology, technology is one of those things where women are still trapped to the conventional way of doing things, both in business and in farming systems. At CHC Agritech Africa, we are dedicated to bring in empowerment and innovation. Innovation that is easy for women to adopt, easy to use. Because when we talk of technology, we need to think, is this technology affordable to the women farmers? Is this technology easy to use for the women farmers? Is this technology, does it require so much training for them to adopt the technology? And so what we could offer the women is to look back on the genesis why they suffer and why they are not getting the yield that they are supposed to get, food insecurity, that is going back to the health of your soil. The health of your soil is very important, and due to the climate shocks of the climate change that we cannot control, just like Haja said here, environmental, having it in small areas, creating food forests is very key. However, how do we speed up the process of taking care of our soil, our environments, if we do it in the conventional way. And so thus, what we offer is to provide you with microbiome-based, microbial-based solutions like biofertilizers, microbial inoculants, because friendly microorganisms are the primary tenants of our soil, and we're keeping them away because we're bombarding our earth with a lot of harmful chemicals. 80%, or should I say 90% of the women farmers are dependent on chemical-based inputs and conventional fertilizers, which is detrimental to our soil. In as much as we want to achieve good yield, but we also have to consider how we could have a sustainable. So women, we are only dependent on the inputs that are that has short-term gains, but will eventually give you long-term losses. And so let's go back to our soil. Let's be resilient to climate change. And soil health is the most important, because whether we like it or not, we need to take care of our soil to take care of many other things on earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister Lami.
Thank you for giving the name.
Thank you. So we talk about friendly organism. You probably will educate us more, because we did that some years ago in biology. So, but of course, we need less harmful chemical for our food. Our food is becoming very, very chemicalized. And there is a lot of alarm out there in social media, because we see things that is very alarming and it's so scary. And I encourage every woman as well to have an organic mini farm at home. At least we can address some health issues that way. Alhaji Farouk Muhammad Dalhatu, you're welcome. You're from Al-Zirate. So please talk to us about, we're still talking about food challenges and food security, the challenges, and how women can overcome that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to piggyback off of what she said, because we're in the same industry. We are proponents of sustainable farming and organic farming. At Al-Zirate, we sell products and services mainly targeting organic farming and sustainable agriculture. As a consultant, from the first instant, what I would like to bring it down to is the affordability of agriculture in Nigeria, and more importantly, the affordability of agriculture to women, right? We had our speakers mention about financing and how important it is to making agriculture feasible to the women folk in Nigeria. And one of the solutions that we should look at in the short window of time that we have before the dynamics change is organic farming. Why? Because Nigeria is one of the few places where organic produce and organic fertilizers and organic inputs are cheaper than the chemical ones. So for all the benefits that they bring to the table, which has been lauded across the board, Nigeria still is in a position whereby these inputs are cheaper than the chemical fertilizers and chemical inputs therein. So please, I will urge the women folk, the ones in the room and the ones that aren't, to look into organic farming and sustainable farming best practices. Why? Because these are tangible solutions that will help us handle one of the major problems in agriculture. Another point I would want to make is around awareness, mainly around awareness of sustainable practices we could use to give ourselves a leg up in agriculture. We heard the lady from the Ministry of Livestock, the veterinary office, speak about multiple diseases and multiple simple steps and practices you can do to prevent these diseases, like the kind of clothing that you wear, the kind of practices that you have using dipping pools and whatnot. So these solutions are there out there. Most of them are in social media. So all I ask is for people that are interested in agriculture to also follow agriculture. Don't only just have the interest and do it with the little knowledge that you have. No, follow it online. Follow it on the TV. Follow it on the radio. And make sure that you educate yourself on the endeavor that you're trying to do. And every minute you spend is an investment in your future profit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sustainable farming. I saw some product right in front of your table, and I'm sure we are less than 200 in the hall. So I'll start, on behalf of every woman, I'll start requesting for some of those items for each and every woman in the hall today. Am I speaking or am I?
Yes, to piggyback on that point, Alzeratec has donated 300 units of the liquid fertilizer to the farmers to initiate their activities.
Thank you so much. So Oliver asked for more. We'll keep coming back. No, but if we're talking about sustainable farming, am I speaking the minds of all the farmers in the house and the he for she farmers too? Thank you. So, Alajibala, sheep and goats. I'm very much aware in East Africa, there's a lot of that husbandry going on. But in our own part of the world here, it's still a little bit strange to everyone. So please educate us more.
Not in the part of the world here. Say Nigeria.
Okay, Nigeria.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm coming out from a different perspective.
Sure.
I'm a livestock farmer, not a crop farmer.
Good.
This is an ancient tradition that has lingered for decades. So good to see. For more decades in Nigeria, from where I come from, the far north, Kano precisely, I'm based in Kaduna. I have visited all other areas. I've gone to the south, I've gone to the east. Where you find mostly livestock are in the backyard of our women. If our women give birth to children, parents of the father or the mother will donate a small ego to the akema jikana. That's where the mothers start rearing. Before you know it, at multiplying. And some of us, is from that proceed that we got what we are, we got our education, we have been trained from the proceed of livestock. Not only livestock, small ruminants, specifically sheep and goats, because it's the most domesticated ruminant that is more friendly than any other ruminant. We have larger ruminants like the cow. Cow are not friendly to human unless you are very close to them. But sheep and goat are the most friendly and the most domesticated species that when you go to the villages today, you will find them in each of every house. Where you don't find sheep and goat, in our place they said that house is poor. Because in Hausa they say, Asusun Talakani. That is the bank of the less privileged. It's the only product when you are pressed and you are in need that you rush to the market for immediate profit, and that can rescue whatever mission you have. So we found out that with the event of the gold mineral that we have, the oil and other things, everybody shifted from practicing our tradition. No, now it's no longer a tradition, it's an entrepreneurship that gives more money than even farming with a lesser space. You argue here that women are dragging land with the women, with the men. Why are you dragging land with the men? When you have a small space, you can develop your business and make money. It's your right in certain religion and tradition that women must be given their rights. They don't deny them. But in some culture and religion, women are less privileged to that opportunity. But nevertheless, keep the religions apart. But sheep and goat farming is a privilege to every woman sitting here, whether the elite or the less privileged in our villages or in our hamlets. Even the large ruminants, it's the same sheep and goat that is supporting them. Once they have problem, they don't sell cow easily. They catch the sheep and goat and carry it to the market. So you see, it's a gold. Sheep and goat is a gold. And this gold belongs to the women. In your mansion or in your small plot of land, you can create a portion and rear your goats. They are not too expensive. They are not too hard to be reared. You can, when we are talking of entrepreneurship, you are going to a scale, a larger scale. That is when you are now thinking of building a pen house and planting jacoa grass and other things to make sure that you get multiple yields. Sheep and goat, let's take about the goats. They give birth almost 2 times in a year, which in a very short time you multiply and you get effects for your hard work. This is where most of our mothers, when we are going to school, they say, take your pocket money. Or the mother said, don't collect, don't worry. She will sell one of her goat, package it for you. You go back to school and you will remain happy. That's why we are educated. That's why we are here. And that's why we want to fight for the women. Go back to the real tradition. And not only the tradition, to make it an entrepreneur, to make it a business. What inspires me most is that some of the women here who said they are retired, but they are not tired. Their vision inspire me to make this elaborate speech, because they felt that they have served in different capacity, in different ministry, in different MDS. Now, what do they do to get back to the local women or the less privileged women who have not been in that corridor? This is why they get the she farmers on board. And I'm quite sure the women here and the women outside there will use this platform to grow, because it's a livelihood. And it's something you can start with a minimum of 2, 3, and so on. It doesn't need to be highly capital intensive, going to the bank to look for loan or this. From your own salary, you can start saving and start. Before you know it, the sheep and goat will start paying you back your salaries in about 2, 3, 4 years. And you'll be comfortable to even pay your school fees. Because most of our urban women today, school fees is their bottleneck for both the women and men. If you have sheep and goat as your domestic entrepreneur backbones bedrock, you find it easier. You don't have to go to look for loan. You don't have to go to look for credit. You don't have to go. It's something that we need to revive. And I'm very happy that sheep farmers have done wonderfully for the past 1 year. And I'm giving them a big round of applause for what they are doing to make sure that they educate the women to go into sheep and goat best practices. We, the National Sheep and Goat Development Association, were spread over all over the 36 states of the Federation, including FCT, and we are based on ground. What I'm trying to let you know is that you can't separate the liver from blood or the blood from the liver. As you cannot take away sheep farmers, you cannot separate sheep farmers from national sheep and goat. We are one. Our objective is to, we can't eradicate poverty, but we can alleviate the standard of living and productivity, which I am very sure that is a wider knowledge. Where our expertise are needed, we give. We are an NGO, we are an association, and we are based in every sector of this country. And I've traveled wide and spread across the Federation. I have seen, even in the East, it's the women that are rearing the goat. Even in the South, it's still the women. Even in the core North, it's still the women. But what we can benefit more is when the harvest, we can now go back to the land and get what they try to call the waste and make it our byproduct for feeding our goat, which is still cheaper. So I'm quite sure that women sitting here will take us serious, will take sheep farmers serious and go back to this practice of developing sheep and goat as their mentor of entrepreneurship and food security to the nation at large. Because I'm quite sure for today, Saudi Arabia are requesting Nigeria to give them 200 metric tons of meat. Kuwait are requesting. But do you know that less than 42% of Nigeria meat in a day, which is proteinous? And do you know one thing? The milk you are getting from the goat, if you have it, try it, from the mental retarded children. Or do you know why the Fulanis, you see their children are very sharp and very brilliant? The first week of delivery, they give their children goat milk that is highly proteinous. Today, women in America sell goat milk and make a lot of money. Our goat here have the highest value of skin in the world. What are we talking? Why are we? We need to go and do that. Our office in Abuja, our president is here. Any other assistance that sheep and goat wants, the National Association is ready to collaborate, partner with sheep farmers to make sure we achieve the goal of the nation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think when I was growing up, and I'm sure everyone in the room, we know sheep and goats are our grandma's emergency fundraising method for immediate family crisis. Because once there is a crisis, the first thing that goes is the goat or the sheep. And then that problem is solved. Like my brother to my right says, you want money, you run to your mom. You know, livestock entrepreneurship, yes, I will. Livestock entrepreneurship needs to be, I didn't know, I've met you before on the AgroVest TV program thing, but I didn't know you are in the 36 states of the Federation. Yeah. So it's good we're in the same hall today and we're getting to know this. And one of the things talking here, and I hope the media is picking this, is we need to create awareness. I keep saying we have no business being poor. And so if this would be a domestic entrepreneurship avenue for women to have a sustainable income, then we need to amplify the conversation and we need to keep talking about it. I think you wanted to add something to it before the next person speaks.
It's a pleasure to meet you today because I've been looking for you. And I'll tell you why I'm looking for you. There is a better business of goat than the one you know. Goats, in fact, a particular species of goat, they call it African dwarf goat. It is now being used in America as pets. When I did the research, I was shocked that they buy this goat $500. One goat. Convert it to Naira in case you are not current. That is 750,000 Naira for one goat. They don't buy to chop, it is as what? Pets. Oyibo dollar. Looking for pets in goats. So those goats you are killing for buffet is a better business somewhere. Thank you very much.
But we must continue to eat asu even if we are making. So Mr. David Okubajo, over to you, please. You then will now talk about how do we put all this into a sustainable entrepreneurship for our women. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for having me here. It's very amazing to be here celebrating your 1-year anniversary. In just 366 days, what you have built with the She Farmers Initiative is something that is worth celebrating. What I can see here is a community of hardworking women that are trying to transform agriculture and the methods with which it's done in Nigeria. Now, let us be very real. Farming isn't easy for any gender, and it's even much more difficult for women. While women have access to technology, it is very well known that men have more access to technology than women. And while our lady, I think she's been given a Hausa name, Lami, while she mentioned technology, soil technology and hardware technology, I am looking more into the digital technology aspects of agriculture. The truth is, many women are left without the technology that can help them to grow their agricultural businesses. No internet, they don't have access to market information, they don't have a way to monitor their crops effectively. It's a huge problem because we all know that when women are given the right tools, they do incredible things. At Mobile, we think that needs to change. That's why we are providing smart tablets, mobile phones, farm monitoring software, and power banks. All of these are designed to keep women in agriculture connected, informed, and in control of their farms. And today I have some really great news for all of us that are seated here. I've been authorized by the board of Mobile to make this announcement. Through our partnership with MiceTrade, the very first 10,000 women who join MiceTrade will be given a free tablet. Yes, free.
We'll have a free
10,000 women.
10,000 women will have a free
mobile tablet. Yes.
There is no free lunch, so tell us what is the catch, Bishop. No,
Okay.
I'm talking on behalf of the 10,000 women now.
Okay, right. There are a few terms and conditions, but ultimately our goal is very, very simple. We want to make sure that Nigerian women have access to the same digital tools that others do across the globe. The truth is, there's so much that can be done. I mentioned farm monitoring software. You could be here in Abuja. We spoke about the issue of having access to land. You could have land in your ancestral home. Say, I am from Ogun State, for instance. I could have my land there and I can be here in Abuja monitoring everything that is going on in my farm from my mobile device. But people don't know this. There are a few people who do, but the truth is, about 97% of women in agriculture don't even know that these technologies exist. And the 3% who know don't even have access to it, because how many of them can actually afford these devices? But that's why Omobile is partnering with MyStraight to make this free to you. So, like I mentioned again, let me reiterate it. It is our pledge that 10,000 of the first women who join MyStraight cooperative of cooperatives will be given free mobile tablets from Omobile. Well, at Omobile, we want to be a part of the journey. We want to be a part of the journey that She Farmers Initiative is trying to embark on. So that's why we believe that this pledge is going to support women farmers. It's going to break down the gender division barriers that we have, and we are going to ensure that this technology works for you and not against you, women. Congratulations once again on your 1-year anniversary. I believe that the future is bright and we're excited to grow with you. Thank you very much.
Please, I want to make a pledge to the FCT. It's a news across some certain northern states. Like Katsina State, not quite a month now, they spent 5.7 billion naira on goats. They empowered 40,000 women. Why is FCT? Where is FCT? The seat of government. Jigawa State did the same thing. Kano State did the same thing. Yobe State are doing. And women in FCT, they need to benefit. Please, we are asking the Honorable Minister, the Minister of State, the President, the Minister of Livestock, come to the assistant of the FCT on sheep and goats, so that these women can get it as grant and they can start growing. It's the only palliative you can give somebody. In the next 2, 3, 4 years, you start seeing results. It has been done once during Kwankwaso. When he came back to the second time, women were bringing money from the proceeds of what he has given them as sheep and goat, are donating for him. And this is where the government need to come in. Not sharing. I'm not saying they should not share, but give a fish a hook, not give him the fish, so that he can fish for himself. So if they give women a palliative of 2, 3 goats, I'm quite sure in the next 2, 3 years, a lot of poverty reduction will be something of the past. So I'm soliciting on behalf of National Sheep and Goat and Sheep Farmers that FCT should do something for its farmers in the state.
Thank you so much, Alhaji Bala Mohammed. We appreciate that call to action. And that's why we are here. We are learning, and we'll take it away from here. And when you were saying it, I was asking if that was being captured. So thank you so much for the 10,000. And trust me, I'll be Dr. Memuna's automatic PA to ensure that 10,000 women will benefit from that. But I hope with giving us that opportunity, we will have training like you rightly said, some women don't even know the process. They don't even know you can have access to this, and you are bringing it in. So they are learning. So it's not about having something beautiful and then keep it because we don't know how to use it. And so we will leverage on that and make sure that as you are giving out the 10,000 gadgets, you are also following up with training the women to be able to use it.
Okay, right. That's why our partnership with MyStrade makes everything easy. MyStrade is currently present in 29 of the 37 states in Nigeria, 36 states plus the FCT.
Yeah.
They are present in 29, and in all 29, they have local government coordinators. So the idea is we get to train the people on the national level, they get to train the people on the state levels, and these people on the state levels get to train the people in their local government levels. I mean, how many people could we have per local government that it won't easily be accessible, to them? So they will have access to trainings on how to use these, separate from the fact that these devices are made to be illiterate friendly. Now, we're not saying that people who get these devices are expected to be illiterate people. What we're simply saying is it's going to be as easy to use as it could be.
Thank you so much. So on a very quick note, before we all round up and leave the table, just 2 minutes each, how do we collectively address the challenges of overcoming entrepreneurship issues as it concerns women, especially in Nigeria? Thank you.
What we need to do is invest in cooperative development. That's what we advocate. If you know the volume of content of free training that's available from the World Federation of Cooperatives, especially in 2025 that have been declared the World Year of Cooperative by United Nations, there is so much investment now available for women. I'm aware of a lot of grants for women now. I need to also introduce you to a department in the Federal Ministry of Women. They are called NIGWEB. They have access to some large-scale funding from AU for women, especially youths, young girls as well. So if you look at this hall now, when you say women sheep farmers, the average age of the women I see here is probably 40, 50 and above. So I ask myself, where are the young girls? Where are the young girls that would take over from these women when you move on to retirement? So there have to be effort to also involve young girls at very young age, maybe when they're in secondary schools or when they're in universities or doing their youth service. Let them get involved and learn from their mothers. So we also have special programs with FCMB that is focusing on women. One of our partner bank is FCMB, and they have a particular fund that is for only women, working with the MasterCard Foundation. So it's important that you get access to information because there's a lot of valuable there now supporting young women. So maybe the She Farmers Association also should create an information department. We have access to a lot of information ourselves, and we can provide for you so that you can disseminate it among your women so that they will know that these things are available. That way, test it as well. So access to information is important. Access to education is important. Access to capital is important. Now, let me now say this as the icing on the cake. We have a special funding program for farmers. Generally, it's not just for women, but for farmers, that we are launching in March, that provides a loan of 5 million naira for every farmer. 5 million naira loan for every farmer at interest of just 1% a month. I repeat, 1% a month. And you get the money for 5 years, not 1 year, 5 years. Now, this is the most interesting part. You get full 12 months moratorium. You begin to pay back from the next year. I'm not done yet. We would buy everything you farm from the farm gate. For more information, contact Dr. Memuna. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you answered one of my questions. I was going to ask what's the interest rate and what's the moratorium like. So, but thank you. 12 months and 1%. So thank you so much. My sister, Lami, so how do we collectively address these challenges?
Thank you so much, Haja. So women, that is important is to reduce your costs in farming for you to thrive in business, right? And we understand the challenges of the climate shocks. We have issues of droughts, water retention is no longer there, our soils are bad. So here's my recommendation as a consultant for sustainable agriculture and a farmer myself, an entrepreneur. You go back to the farm, try to collect all the organic waste that you have and learn composting. Because when you compost, not only you are reducing your cost for fertilizing your soils, taking care of your soil, you're also reducing the wastes in Nigeria. Nigeria produces about 60% organic waste. So imagine if we can compost those waste and make them our home mixed fertilizer. That will save you a lot of cost. To do that, we have a friendly microbe called activator that can speed up the composition. And the good thing about poultry and livestock farmers, it will reduce odor in the farm. So even FCT farmers who are in the city, you can farm poultry without the complaint of your neighbors. Odor-free and no-flies poultry farming because it's deodorized and sanitized using the friendly microbes. Second, reducing costs and increasing the yield. Try to be more sustainable. I mentioned before the challenge for short-term gains against long-term losses. Try to be patient and, put into consideration doing natural ways of farming, whereby we responsibly farm for our children, for our next generation. Because if we dwell so much on chemicals, the level of resistance in your farm will be very high that it will be difficult to address too. So when you have a pest and disease issue, you need to get more chemicals. And you need to bring more chemicals, you need to bring more. So it's not gonna help you in terms of cost. The same way with the livestock and poultry farmers, you are using a lot of antibiotics. This is not good to our consumers and to our environment. I would recommend friendly microbes called probiotics. They are friendly in the gut, they clear the gut, and when you're using probiotics, you don't have to use antibiotics. So it's natural and the meat is of great quality and even highly exportable. Look, there is a premium market. You're not able to access it because the quality of produce is not being produced using natural inputs. And when we say natural inputs, this is to eliminate the hazards of having, a lot of heavy metals and diseases, which makes your products not acceptable for international standards. So we should look into beyond selling locally. We should also look into the opportunity for export. Good thing my brother here said on the export, perhaps we could work together on how to make it more sustainable, the supply, because the Naira is very weak. It's very weak. And the only way to suppress that is to support those non-oil commodities. Finally, I would suggest as well that open your mind to training. Be innovative. Always go on the lookout. And women farmers for entrepreneurship, learn to pitch your business. Learn to write grants. You may have the farming capacity, the ability, but funding is a major problem amongst you, and funders will only bring in their money if you know how to pitch your business. At CHE Agritech Africa, if you come visit our office, we will provide you samples of our microorganism products for crops, for fish, for livestock, and even for environment. And we pledge to train you pitch and grant writing for free, as I am also a grant winner, so we can as well, train you on that note so that we can all pitch our business and bring in the funding. There's so many funding, not just locally, but also internationally. I'm glad our ambassador came from Belgium, and we can invite other embassies also for their corporate social responsibility. On that note, I believe we have a great solution that is there. The next thing for you is to take that action. Thank you.
Wow, 60% organic waste in Nigeria. Good business. Let's start thinking. Alhaji Farouk Muhammad Dalhatu. 2 minutes. How do we collectively address the challenges of women entrepreneurship in Nigeria?
Okay, so the previous speakers have said a lot, but more importantly, I want to bring forward the collaborative work. So collaboration goes a long way into solving problems that other people have already faced. So create WhatsApp groups, belong to organizations, go to the organization functions, and learn from others. Because one of the biggest gap in learning that we have in Nigeria is a lot of the learning material that we have is from abroad. So if you go and learn online, you will most likely learn from people abroad. But then the practical of it is happening here at home. That is what will go a long way into solving the problems that we are facing. Another very simple, very popular term that we are all hearing now is backyard farming. You see, this problem of food security and entrepreneurship as a whole will be solved in Nigeria by backyard farming. I'm not joking. This can be solved in Nigeria by backyard farming, and we as especially the women folk will be able to attest to the cost of, for example, vegetables and how much they fluctuate. These are simple things that you can organically farm in your backyard with sacks. So please look into those. Look into the animal rearing that Alhaji Bala has been talking about, and be proactive. At the end of the day, the solution is being proactive. Because if you sit down, nothing will happen. And you guys are already not sitting down. So we really applaud you. But we are encouraging you to get more women involved and give them the guidance that you have received here. Thank you very much.
We have to start turning them into
exactly
now. No more landscaping.
Yeah.
Every little thing you see has a use of the windowsill.
Yes.
You can grow your pepper, your spring onions on your windowsill. Alhaji Bala Mohammed, quickly, 2 minutes. How do Nigerian women overcome entrepreneurship challenges in the 21st century?
Yeah, in the 21st century, challenges are finances. And finances are, with the event of what my fellow speaker said, that they have a facility of 5 years, which is in line with the livestock productivity, that it takes you minimum of 3 to 5 years before you start yielding your proceed. And what we need to do is to put best practices on the value chain practices. Because without the value chain practices, we are not achieving anything. Once one chain is lost out, you are losing almost everything. From the farm to the livestock, from the livestock back to the farm. Market abundant because the West are relying on Africa. And we are the giant of Africa. And what we need to understand, and the biggest problem of us is this elitism. That when any window is opened, our elites use their technical know-how to acquire so many things out of it. Less privileged and from getting what is the practicing farmer need to do. So if this mode is well moderated, it's like a twinkle of an eye. Entrepreneurship and livestock and farming will be thing of the past. We will not depend on the so-called oil we are clamoring for, because oil has gone. Food, and we are producing most hygienic food in the world. That's why a lot of windows have opened from the Asia and the South for us to export. I was seeing on the window that China is manding export of. Why? Let them hold on. We have many other windows in the world that are clamoring for our sheep and goats. They are clamoring for our fruits. But how do we make it? How do we harness it for a proper export within a very short, durable time, that we don't have the contamination along the sides? If the quarantine system of our country is bad, before you can export anything from Nigeria, you may end up losing your product at the quarantine center. So I think we need something that the synergy between all sets of agriculture for us to be able to grow. And I am quite sure the livestock farmer, the agro farmer, and whatever farmer we have is simple. I can see the directors PPR. PPR was the first incident we had with Saudi Arabia when they banned us from supplying beef to Saudi Arabia. When they detected the petits, this thing in their meat, and they traced it back to Nigeria. And today, if we can fight the ATRAS, the PPR, and other things, we are ready to go to the outside world. The money is there. And you said we have no cause to be poor. But our management attitude is our problem. Let's say the fact. Our management attitude is our problem. I think entrepreneurship in Nigeria is a good venture. And I'm quite sure our women are good custodians. Women were a little bit reckless because we showed us so many things. But women make good management of principles. So I think when you give a woman a bucket, you are giving her everything. And when you give her everything, you are getting back multiple. So I'm sure that as my brother said, that in some part of, I didn't grow up there, I don't know much, but they drink ogogoro, slave, marry more women for the women to do much of their labor for them. Why? We here, we do more for our women, while some areas, They do more for their men. But gender equality, we are saying yes, gender equality. But the point is, in entrepreneurship, there is nothing like gender. There is no gender basis. If you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to stand up right and do what is good and what is right. Whether you are a man or a woman, you must do the right thing. And you'll be successful. Because I have seen a lot of farmers today that are women are successful and some men are not successful. We must adopt best practices. This value chain must be properly utilized. If not so, our brother here that is trying to give us loan and the director in insurance will be scared of insuring the goods because you will insure what? Taking much of the liability. And your partner who wants to give you loan cannot give you loan. We must address the system of the value chain. We must address the system of good entrepreneurship, reliability. Let's rely, cross-guarantee each other on a good business. I have done business with other people like in Adwa in Katsina State. I'm in Kaduna. He supplied me goods, I pay him. We don't have problem. But today, when you give somebody, supply me this, once money enters his account,
Thank you.
it's a story.
Thank you so much. Quickly, Mr. David Okumbajo, 2 minutes, please.
All right. Yeah. We've all talked about several different challenges that women face in agriculture, from limited technology to non-existent access to funding, to fewer market opportunities. Well, I think the biggest thing we have to solve is access. We need the right tools to compete and thrive in this in the agricultural sector, and that's why Omobile is dedicated to providing women this access to the right tools. And we also know that knowledge is power. We've all spoken about the fact that women don't know what could actually help them to farm smarter. So we have to also help women to bridge that gap, the gap between women and knowledge. It has to be bridged. Also, you could have access to knowledge and not know how to maximize it. So that's where the collaboration in cooperative societies actually comes in, because you can't do it all. Yes, you have the knowledge to do it all, but the truth is, if you go ahead to try to do everything yourself, you won't be able to get it right. So collaborations through these cooperative societies can actually help. Also, we've also identified that the government needs to help. But way beyond the government, I think a lot of private companies can also create lasting change. Like we have dedicated 10,000 devices at Omobile for free to women in agriculture. So many of those, my colleagues sitting up here too, have also pledged something to women in agriculture. So I believe that the private sector, through CSR activities, can actually give back, can give to these women and empower them. I believe we need to really take action. Yes, it's very easy for us to come to events like this and just speak. We talk about change and talk, and then we just go back and forget it all. But I'm really happy that you have mentioned that you'll be following up on every single of the pledges that's made here. So that can actually help to keep those of us in the private sector on our toes. So that's the little I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Benjamin Ahuli, Alhaji Farouk Mohammed Dalhatu, my sister Ruby Lami, Alhaji Bala Mohammed, Mr. David Okumbanjo. On behalf of She Farmers and our 1-year anniversary, we say thank you so much for enlightening us and for educating us. One of the key things I'm taking home today is public-private partnership with another capital P, philanthropist. We must imbibe in that. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, our panelists. Please, the panelists should take a group picture. You've done a wonderful job dissecting into the purpose of sheep farmers and with a lot of encouragement. We appreciate you. Some key points, some takeaway that we have from this panel discussion is that no matter the produce, it will be bought. It is a very great encouragement. And also that the first 10,000 women that register into the cooperative will be entitled to 1 tablet, that's 1 laptop each, so that we can go digital. Also, one of the panelists also talk about accessing loan of 5 million naira with moratorium. After 1 year, the interest will now be 1%. And when we check what is 1% of 5 million, that's just 50,000 naira. And it's after 1 year they will start asking for that. So all this, we'll see how to work together with them, get all the information necessary, ensure that we have our platform so that we can meet up with the terms and conditions and we can access all these benefits. And for us to access any of these benefits, you have to be a registered member of sheep farmers. So please, if you have not registered, your name is not out there, ensure that you have your name, your number, your email address, please. That is where it starts from, because we have to know our members before they can access the benefit. Financial members, please, but then register first. We'll get everybody on and across. We appreciate our panelists. And from here, we move into the launching proper.
Please be seated, please. We have another few more minutes and we'll start going home or going back to our office. Amazons, great Nigerian women, please, young. Please, we can do the networking much later, and every information you need, reach out to Dr. Memuna, the sheep farmer team lead in FCT. Please, and ensure that you are well captured at the registration point out there, so that every information, that all the promises, you will get it. Call the young man. Come. Don't worry, you have to do this. Okay, so I'm going to give the mic to these 2 young, they said the next generation, right? The Gen Z. But these 2 Gen Zs came into my office sometime last week. And they did something very amazing, and I invited them to meet me here today. They've been selected to go to South Korea for a program, and they've been doing impactful projects around communities. They were among selected few. They are going to get a 60% funding for their trip to South Korea. But you know what these two young kids do? They are not begging you for your money. They went to actually different companies and asked them, they will sell product for them and get commission to add. Then, that blew my mind, because sometimes the first thing is to go around and start begging for money. But they are not begging for money. They are actually selling the product for a company to raise money that way. So I thought, we don't really see this these days with young people. Let them just take 2 minutes to tell you their story and what they are doing around communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so my name is Chonta Silas, and I am from IAYSP. Yeah, so IAYSP simply means International Association for Youth and Students for Peace. Yeah, we support to hold programs for the young people based on character education, moral education, leadership training, and skill acquisition. Yeah, so I'll read. I stand before you today deeply honored and inspired by the remarkable achievements of the National She Farmers Livestock Project over the past years. Your unwavering commitment to empowering young women in agriculture has not only transformed their lives, but also significantly contributed to our nation's food security and economy. As young Nigerians, my colleague and I have dedicated ourselves to similar ideas through our work with International Association for Youth and Students for Peace, IAYSP. Our mission is centered on character education, leadership development, and skill acquisition that we believe are essential for the progress of our beloved nation. Recently, we were blessed with the opportunity to participate in a 6-month leadership training program in Benin Republic. This experience broadened our horizon and equipped us with invaluable skills. However, our journey does not end there. We have been selected to represent Nigeria at a prestigious youth summit in South Korea this April. This platform will allow us to showcase the resilience and the potential of Nigerian youth on global stage. Our organization have graciously committed to covering 60% of our traveling expenses, leaving us with the responsibility to raise the remaining 40%, approximately $600, 1.1 million in Naira. To achieve this, we have embraced the spirit that defines us as Nigeria. We sang in restaurants and bars, engaged with private and government organizations, and we sold caps and coffee on the streets and in offices. We are determined to end our way and not merely wait for assistance. The National She Farmers Livestock Project exemplified the profound impact of empowering individuals, especially women, to take charge of their destinies. Your efforts in the community fostered economic growth and nurtured a sense of self-resilience. In a similar vein, we aspire to enhance this knowledge and network gained from upcoming summits to initiate projects that will benefit our communities and extension of our nation. Yeah, so this is a speech we wrote down to our dear mothers, I would per se. Yeah, so we really need your support. We did not just come out to just beg for money. We thought of something, an initiative to do to be able to support ourselves, because it will not be appropriate to just go on the streets and start asking for money. So we thought of something to do, and we thought of coming here. Mrs. Zainab invited us here, as she said earlier on. And so I'll be inviting my captain to put more light to this.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone, to our honored guests here today. My name is Kingsley Umena, and I'm a part of the volunteers of IAYSP, International Association of Youth and Students for Peace. Yes, just like my colleague has said to you all, and we support to hold programs based on character education and leadership training for young people. And we, unfortunately for us, we have been selected to represent Nigeria in an upcoming youth summit that will be happening in April of this year. However, our organization offered to sponsor 60% of our travel costs and flight tickets, so we had to raise the remaining 40%, which is approximately $600 per person. Yes, so we do different things to raise this money. We perform in restaurants and bars. We also write letters to private and government organizations. And personally, we sell caps and coffee. This is an initiative. We put our money together and we sell on the street to raise this money. Yes, so we are really pleading. If you, for anyone to support us here today, you can buy either our caps and our coffee to support us, or if out of your good heart and kind will, you can take care of our expenses. Each person is looking for $600, approximately 1 million naira. Yes. Please, I will also want to say thank you to Mrs. Zainab for inviting us to the 1 year or anniversary of She Farmers and giving us this opportunity to speak to you here today. Yes. Thank you very much.
And we wish you success. So please, as many as are inspired, kindly see how to assist them, because this is how it starts. And in no time, it will multiply. We hear their names internationally, and we will be happy with that as well. Thank you. With apologies, we recognize, please, with apologies, because we are not aware that she has not been recognized. The National President, WIACF Limited, Dr. Mrs. Audu Esther D. JP, you are welcome, ma'am. We are quite sorry that we didn't recognize you early. Please, is she still around? Dr. Mrs. Audu Esther D. Good to have you in our midst. Thank you. And at this point, we are going into the launching proper, and I call on the chairperson, Chief Farmer, Dr. Maimuna Abdullahi Habib, and I also call on our mother, the wife of the owner of Abaji, chairperson, wife of FCT traditional rulers, Haja Hawa Ibrahim, and I call on the representative, Haja Uma Abubakar, Director, Animal Husbandry Services and Coordinator FCT Special Agro-Processing Zones Project for the launch. Please, let's put our hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back again. We're here to launch the National Women Livestock Project. And I have with me here to support me in launching this project. They will introduce themselves so that you hear from the horse's mouth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Omma Abubakar, Director of Animal Husbandry Services for the FCT and Coordinator for the FCT SAPZ. It's a delight to be here. I'm really delighted to come to this occasion on the launch of the livestock, FCT livestock farmers under the She Farmers Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon all once more. I'm Hawa Ibrahim Adamu, the wife of owner of Abaji. I'm president of Wives of FCT Traditional Rulers Association. I joined the chairperson I joined the chairperson to launch the National Women Livestock Chief Farmers Forum. Thank you. It's FCT, please, not national.
Good afternoon, great women of FCT, great sheep farmers. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jumai Amadou. I'm representing the FCT head of service. She would have loved to be here, but like the Monday secretary said earlier, they are busy with the FCT budget meeting. And it's my pleasure to stand here on her behalf to join the chairperson to launch the FCT Sheep Farmers National Livestock Project. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ola Folami. I'm a director in the Office of Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. She also sent her apology that she could not come due to some other exigencies. So she's asking me to inform you all that she's with you and she's ready to collaborate with National Sheep Farmers Association, FCT in particular. As you know, she's the mother of the nation, but she's particular about FCT because this is where we belong, first and foremost. And so on her behalf, I want to also launch the National Association of Farmers Livestock Farming, and I pray God will continue to lift the association up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. On behalf of NAEC, I'll not disclose what we are going to launch this, but I need to talk with my madam. You know, as the men said, they are the head of the family. Why truly women are the neck of the family. Because without neck, you cannot turn around. Right? So I congratulate sheep farmers for this 1 year anniversary and looking forward to see 100 more years to come. Inshallah. Thank you.
So I have a small speech here. We are launching this. I'm honored to stand before you today to introduce the Sheep Farmer Livestock Project, an innovative initiative designed to empower women livestock farmers in Nigeria. Our mission is simple and ambitious: to provide women with resources and support they need to succeed in the livestock industry. We believe that by empowering women, we can create a ripple effect of positive change that will benefit entire communities. The Sheep Farmer Livestock Project is built on a simple yet effective model. We will identify women livestock farmers with backyard farms in all area councils of Abuja and provide them with 2 to 3 animals such as goat, sheep, or poultry, depending on their preference and expertise. These women will be organized into clusters. We don't want to give it to one woman each. We want clusters of women. If you look behind us, we have, no, please join us here, not at the back. No, just the two. We have 3 clusters of women behind us. And where they will receive training, mentoring, and support to ensure the success of their livestock ventures. Our team of experts will provide guidance on animal husbandry, feeding, and healthcare. I'm sure I have like 5 veterinarians here and some animal livestock scientists. And our team of experts will provide guidance on animal husbandry, feeding, and healthcare, as well as business management and marketing. But our vision goes beyond Abuja. We plan to gradually expand our project to other states covering the entire country. We believe that by empowering women livestock farmers, we can contribute to food security, economic growth, and poverty reduction. The benefits of these projects are numerous. By providing women with access to livestock and training, we can increase their income and economic independence. We can also improve food security, as women will be able to produce and sell nutritious meat and dairy products. Moreover, this project will have a positive impact on the environment. By promoting sustainable livestock practice, we can reduce the carbon footprint of livestock industry. I was in Netherlands last year, and all the livestock farmers, cattle farmers, were asked to reduce the number of animals they have to 100. So they all came because of the carbon emission. And all of them, all the farmers came into Abuja and came into Nigeria, and they have established dairy farms in some parts of the country. Yes, I was part of it, I know that. Moreover, this project will have positive impact on the environment by promoting sustainable livestock practices. We can reduce the carbon footprint of the livestock industry and promote eco-friendly farming methods. But most importantly, this project is about empowering women. It's about giving them the best, giving them the tools and resources they need to succeed in a male-dominated industry. It's about recognizing their contribution to agriculture and the economy. In conclusion, I invite you to join us on this exciting journey. Let us work together to empower women livestock farmers and create a bit better future for themselves, their families, and their communities. Thank you. With this project, we are starting with 50 million naira. And let me tell you something. For sheep farmers, we don't have a dime, but we have people we are working with. We are working with SAPZ. You see, she's here. The money is with her. We are working with El Press. They were here in the morning, and they gave some goodwill messages. They are with us. We have so many people who are interested. Even private people are interested. So they will give us the money. If they don't want to give us the money, they will give us the animals and we distribute. We are going to start by getting our clusters of women. When we recognize the clusters of women, of course, we'll do for FCT, we'll do through the wife of the owner. And we'll get our clusters of women in each ward in the FCT. And we'll start from there by giving them these animals and then monitor them, see what we can achieve within 1 year, and then we continue. Thank you very much. I have other people here who want to say one or two things. Thank you. No, I have to say something.
Okay, you can introduce yourself.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Apology, I'm very late. My flight was delayed. Okay. My name is Ambassador Dr. Samira Abubakar Abdullahi, and the co-founder of She Farmers Initiatives. Thank you for having me.
Dr. Maimuna, chairperson for the FCT She Farmers. Thank you very much for this. I'm representing the Mandate Secretary, Agric and Rural Development Secretariat. And I think in his speech that I read earlier, that pledge of collaboration and commitment to support the she farmers is made. So that is going to continue. We'll be working behind the doors also with the association to ensure that this project
personalities. They have made landmarks in Nigeria and beyond. They have been of great support to the growth and development of women. And please, before I hand it over to Ambassador Zainab, if in case you misplace anything, please meet with the chairman of FCT Sheep Farmers, Dr. Maimuna. We have a card here. Fast Forward Sports Marketing Limited card. It's a shopping card, and there's also a ring. And if you misplace anything, please, you contact Dr. Maimuna to get it back. Thank you.
And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat from the tambourine. You can dance, you can Don't easy to turn on. Leave them burning and then you're calm. Looking at one another in one group, doing the dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only
Dr. Maimuna.
17.
Please let me make a true confession. I have never been in love before, but since you came in my direction, I've had a change of heart. My girls had come a dime a dozen. I fed them the things they love to hear. I never was wanting for a lover.
Thank you, DJ. So the first recognition goes to the wife of the Honorable Minister of Agric, Hajia Bilkisu Abubakar Kyari, and we have a representative to receive it on her. Okay, the essay to the Honorable Minister of Agric, Rukaya Umar Farouk, is here to receive it on her behalf. Thank you. Thank you. And the next is to the head of service of FCT, Mama Africa, Dr. Mrs. Grace Adailo, Best Female Farmer FCT, humbly represented by the only one and only she farmer advocate, Dr. Jumai Amadu.
Last night I dreamt of San Pedro. Just like I never gone, I knew the song. The young girl with eyes like the desert. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Tropical island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the sound is played, the sun will set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes.
Okay, the next award is to the Chairperson Association of Wives of Traditional Rulers in FCT. Best Women Mobilization, FCT, NCW. FCT, Wife of the Traditional Ruler, Hajia, Her Royal Highness Hajia Hawa Baba Yunusa.
All of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the sun
Thank you very much, Chief Farmers. Your Royal Highness, it is my pleasure to present to you this plaque of recognition from FCT Chief Farmers. Achievers Award presented to Her Royal Highness Hajia Hawa Baba Yunisa, Chairperson, Association of Wives of Traditional Rulers, FCT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mommy. Great Nigerian women. Great. What's the next one? The next award and recognition goes to Dr. Otto Viana Mohinda, Food and Agricultural Organization, as best partners and collaborator to She Farmers. On behalf of Dr. Otto, we have someone who will be receiving it for her. Dr. Lydia. Thank you. Who's next? Who is representing Jam Organic Farms and Kitchen? Afternoon, how are you? So this award is presented to Jam Organic Farms and Kitchen as best organic exhibitors on She Farmers. Congratulations. The next award is presented to Amina Sani Junaid, CEO, Minaj, for Best Female MSME. Wow. Congratulations, ma'am. The next award and recognition is presented to Alaja Bola Usman as Best Female Agric Entrepreneur. Congratulations, ma'am. The next award goes to NCWS, National Council for Women's Society, FCT chapter. Best Women Mobilizer. NCWS. Shiro, Shiro, Shiro. Wait, Anna, don't come to mommy, don't come to. National Council for Women's Society, come take picture with your award. Thank you for trailblazing all the time, and thank you for mobilizing Nigerian women.
Well, my friend, the time is throw away the work to be done. Let the music play on. Everybody sing, everybody dance. Lose yourself in wild romance. We're going to party. Come on, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along. We're going to party. Come on, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along. All night long. See the river rolling.
And prayers. I think I should just say, Your Royal Highness, our father, the owner of Abaji, ably represented, and our mother, the wife of the owner of Abaji, chairperson FCT, wives of traditional rulers, our SS here present, the vice chairperson, national sheep farmers. We are happy to have you. I'm supposed to give a vote of thanks. My chairperson, the ESCO, the team, and everyone, the ones that have left, and all of us here.
we first of all thank the Almighty for today. Last year, we were able to launch, and this year, by the grace of the Almighty, we have been able to have 1 year anniversary. Despite all odds, it has not been easy, just like the FCT chairperson said, we don't have a dime. So it's even an encouragement. Yes. But by the grace of God, outside person with Terror CC were able to put up this issue, encourage us and strengthen us that a woman, wherever she is, if she wants to do something, she will do it very well. Farm Alert, NTA International, we have so many partners, FOA. You can see all the partners on our red carpet. Some of them, we recognize them because of long-time engagement. It's not that they gave us anything. Some supported. Most of the members supported 5,000, 10,000. And by the grace of God, we were able to do this. The hall was given by FCT, Social Development Secretariat, appreciation to the SA Social Investment and SA Social Development Secretariat and the Permanent Secretary. And the Permanent Secretary agreed, and everybody here contributed. The decorator, Mr. Tony, the security man, the sheep and goats, we cannot, in fact, he has been with us since we started the planning. Honestly, we cannot thank you enough. It's the beginning of the collaboration. I don't know, Alaji, I used to call him sheep and goat. And you can see all they have said. And all the other partners, all the other donors, we cannot appreciate you enough. I believe this is the beginning. We have started something that we don't know where it's taking us to. Because food security is #1. So that is why we are appreciating all of you here. And I'll finish my vote of thanks by inviting the FCT Amira to do a closing prayer for us. Then Mrs. Franca will do a Christian prayer. Thank you very much. FCT Amira, Form 1. Madam Franca, we are wishing everybody journey mercy back to your various destinations. May God bless all of us. May God forgive our shortcomings. We are human beings. We are not 100%. Thank you.
Salu ala Nabi Kareem. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allah, the beneficent, the merciful. All praise and gratitude are due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The beneficent, the merciful. You alone we worship Allah. We alone we seek for guidance, protection, and blessings. Ya Allah, continue to guide us, bless us, and show the right way to address our problems. We thank you, Ya Allah, for the favors you bestow on us. We thank you for today. We ask for more of your blessings and your protection and your guidance. May you make this Sheep Farmers Club to rise, to grow, and to prosper. May you, Allah, make it very, very progressive and make our women benefit from it. We ask in that holy name. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Shall we pray? In Jesus' name we pray. Our Most High God in heaven, we want to say thank you very much for today's program. We want to appreciate you for bringing us to the end of this program and for the success of the program as well. Thank you for all the organizers. Thank you for everyone that came. And as we are about leaving here now, Father, to our various destinations, we pray you grant every one of us journey mercies in Jesus' name. And those that have worked tirelessly, we pray you strengthen them the more in Jesus' name. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for in Jesus' mighty name we pray.